Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
Oh god, we're all gonna die.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Sorry, I had to start.
Your chance for a party wipe passed like a few sessions ago. Like that was.
I don't know. I was
cool.
working on it by trying not to piss off my god.
Which chance? I feel like there've been more than one.
Y'all could have stayed in the camp and just, fought to the death against a relentless horde of werebats.
Well,
Yeah,
we
that's true.
tried, but Caius was really upset about that. Even
Imagine that.
conceptually.
I guess that would have involved us fighting. Yeah, really. Look, I did not have a brain. I was just very worried.
I know. I'm just poking.
Yeah.
Anyways, here we are, back at it again. Make sure to slap that bell.
I will kill you.
Please, every day is suffering.
Smash that like button.
Before
Does Spotify have a like button like that?
They have, on your mobile device, you can rate us a number of stars. Specifically,
Okay.
only on your mobile device.
I don't think you can do anything on Spotify but follow. But follow us. Stalk
Cool.
us like the pigs we are.
We do not condone this.
Cool. So, I don't
None of our
have.
personas.
We don't really have any major podcast announcements.
Not at the moment.
Uploads are continuing apace. So far, things are going good, save for that little audio hiccup.
Yeah, and what
Before
days
that.
do those uploads happen?
At the moment,
It's every week on Friday afternoon.
it's right now. It's every other Friday.
Every other Friday.
What the fuck?
Listen,
All right.
it would be every week if my stockpile of goods didn't suddenly evaporate.
We'll talk about it later. Okay. Anyways. So let's move to session recap. Somebody, what happened last time?
Well, I think a lot of the session was dominated by Sveta taking some of the other uninfected chuckle fucks over to the Cave of Wonders. Specifically the cave that Greth lives in, so that she could try to negotiate them not murdering each other every full moon. It went honestly about as well as one could expect. He's demanding that we give up Hetir to worship him instead, and he will proceed to stop the slaughter. But Sveta pushed her luck a little harder and managed to negotiate that if people pay their respects to this idol that he gave her, they would experience at least 1 month of grace period.
Cave of Wonders, and by that we mean we wonder why Gorath is being so awful to us.
Part of me is convinced he can't help himself.
The cave of why though?
It's more questions you have to seek the answers to.
Yeah, I mean, we don't wonder why anymore. We actually got some answers about that. I just needed to do that. I'm sorry.
So talk to Gorath. What else happened?
Let's see. Gorth gave the totem, and the primary rule of the totem is that it only works for 1 month, but everyone has to pay it a respect. We learned a lot about Gorth. By we, I mean the three, and they kind of expositioned it back to us.
Yeah.
Well, we've just been taking our turns learning about him in horrific ways.
Yep. Talked to Silvermoon for a bit about the Artificer Guildmaster Ortis. learned that rumors are he was a surface dwarf that was making inroads with the deep dwarves. Was accepted into a clan and sponsorship from the deep dwarves despite his surface life because
No, he didn't get acceptance because it is very difficult to be accepted. They rejected him, and allegedly that is why he found his way to 8X.
Gotcha. Working on being accepted into a clan. He seems to have a keen interest in something referred to as Demon Machine.
Yep.
More information on that is going to have to be looked into. The totem is definitely not evil. Totem has a very real connection to a deity, but is believed to be a one-way connection. No stories to use it to deliver an attack upon a deity. So like it's such things are bad.
I mean, we are definitely in a dire situation, but we're making the best of it slowly but surely.
Yeah, bad, not a catastrophe.
It was decided that celebrations for Hearthfest would be held.
Yep.
It obviously would be a little different from what's kind of considered traditional, but we make do. Unfortunately, you all as a group have not decided on federal holidays.
Not yet.
So it's technically the start of a Kingmaker turn, which I know I've said previously we're not hard following the Kingmaker system. However, you do need to decide monthly what's happening for the next month. What are the goals? So this also happens to be the day that lands on when you need to have that discussion. So it is kind of decided to get together in the morning before like really any type of festivities really get going. People are kind of, you can smell a lot of cooking is going on in the air.
Mm-hmm.
But you all gather at your usual spot on the beach at this point. And your council in full is gathered to have the meaning of addressing things. The status of the projects you have established. The Artificers and Alchemists Guild have not come back to you with a solution yet. They are still very early stages and trying to figure out something.
They're conceptualizing right now.
You've made a point to focus on the soul surgery option, is what I'm going to refer to it as. Because in a sense, that's what it is. And so, who knows how long that could take. But there have been no immediate reports about that, other than they are working together about as well as you could expect. It's more the alchemists are tolerating Ortis and his lackeys.
Mm.
Wait, does like everyone in the Artificers Guild not really like the Alchemist Guild, or is it just Ortis and people who like?
It's not that they don't like the Alchemist Guild; it's that they think they're better than them.
That's fair.
Because a lot of them started off as alchemists and then became artificers.
Artificers the prestige.
Essentially, at this point in the world, artifice is very much a field to be pioneered. Very little is understood, and so you do not come into it just like as an artificer. You come from some other magical background and bring that knowledge with you into the field of artifice. So, like Ortis himself was an alchemist and a member of the Alchemist Guild before he became an artificer. He was one of the minds that helped worked on Alchemicrete. But anyways, as far as your construction projects are concerned, between rainy days and the event, some progress has been slowed, if not outright halted. The fishery is in a current state of, well, I should say the docks really are in a half-finished state and are kind of on hold for the time being. And most of the manual labor workforce are infected. And the docks being outside the city, construction has not been continued on it. Uninfected workers have been handling on catching fish and such. There's been a couple people trying to work on construction, but it's been very slow. So effectively, it's kind of sort of at a halt. It's just very slow progress right now. The walls and watchtower were completed. The first of the tenements was completed, and the second tenement is needs just a couple more days worth of work, and then it'll be done. And the farmsteads as well as the sectioning off of land for farming has also been completed. First style, your agents have managed to recruit so far an additional agent. They're effectively going to be like a level 1 rogue, but they have somebody else. Outside of your immediate circle of spies, the others are going to go they're kind of nameless until they matter. Or until they actually acquire level to matter.
Right.
But they've acquired another agent. It'll be up to you if they continue to search for agents over the next month or not, because we're just at that upkeep phase right now. They have also managed to sway some more people to Tilk's ceremonies, or his prayer sessions, or whatever he wants to call them.
Sermons.
But for the most part, their last reports still stand on the just general situation, because it's only been a couple days.
That's right.
I feel like there's something I'm missing. For the construction, covered the spymaster stuff.
Have we gotten any report about if people have seen activity near that
That's right. Yeah. It's
structure?
Strangely enough, no activity, no lights at night, nothing. Also, since the walls have been finished, there have been some animals that have kind of pressed towards the walls out of curiosity, but turns out they are allergic to arrows. So
Imagine that.
the animals have been staying away from the walls. When the guards of clerics rotated out for regular soldiers to guard the location of the conjunction, those guards have not been attacked by wild animals.
Yeah, maybe it was specifically the heavier connection with the clerics or something.
Could be.
I'd be willing to.
Lady Goldleaf has nothing to report in regards to finances, because obviously you all have not seen to charging things. You are still technically in the process of seeding money. It'll be up to you to continue that or change that situation. Lady Silvermoon has no immediate reports on the aristocrats, although they have noticed that the first tenement building is finished and they are eager. There is also mention from Garrick that he would like to start sending teams further out into the wilderness on multiple day-long journeys to explore more of the surrounding land, just to get more information.
Yep.
Sir Roderick is we really need to get people trained up in how to fight.
Yep.
As well as if we can find a way to not just control, not just prevent this bat thing, but if we can't get rid of it, control it in a positive direction. He's going to, we could turn this into a weapon route, effectively.
I mean, we are working on it, bro.
But that's the general overview. What do you all want to set in motion? And I guess I will kind of start with the easier to establish stuff first. So, Urstyle, what do you want your orders for your spies to be?
That's right. What do they tell me about the overall morale so far of the?
It's very mixed. The situation is kind of the same as it was a couple days ago. There are some people who are looking for answers in the faith. There are some people who are starting to give up. There are some people that are starting to think, oh, maybe the followers of Zikros were right. Maybe they did the smart thing. There have been like a couple more people who have trickled in to the we'll call them the wilderness aesthetics. Yeah. And there's been no more people that have gone to the followers of Bone in the past couple days. But so far, the situation is kind of as it was. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's not total despair at the moment. It seems, at least from their observations, that the people are kind of like plateauing at this low point right now. They have kind of gotten, in a word, inured to the suckage of the situation.
Understandable. It sucks, but understandable.
Yeah, things have been bad for so long that it's as long as things stay calm, your agents at least think it will kind of stay at this point. But it is, on a knife's edge, essentially, of going one way or the other right now. So yeah. What you do with that information is up to you. But that is the situation.
Okay, so for right now, that's a good question. So, is there any way I can have the agents assist in getting the populace back on working conditions? Or is that just if I have them?
For the most part, the workers are working.
Okay.
Yeah, workers working isn't a problem. The reason why the projects didn't finish is a combination of weather and then those 3 nights and the following day. After those 3 nights, work didn't happen. So there was effectively a work week plus some that no work was done this month because of the extenuating circumstances.
Okay. I believe so. I guess for right now, I'm going to have all 6 of my agents assigned to certain tasks. I'm going to take the new agent and one of the level 3s to help continue to sway the general populace. Primarily, again, trying to boost morale, help quell any negative rumors and such, so on and so forth. I will have one of my agents again continue to watch the nobles. One of my agents continue to watch the wilderness ascetic monk. I'll have one of my agents watch over the high priestess.
Interesting. I'm going to take a note.
And I believe right now I would like to increase the rank, so I will probably have Keegan with his with a little bit more experience and understanding of things we could use.
Okay.
In keeping to the shadows, I will have Keegan dedicate himself to more recruitment.
Continue building the network.
Basically.
That's good. Cool. Sveta, I know we don't really have much going in the way of foreign relations, but is there any kind of, at least within the current, should I say, early stages of a civilization, anything diplomacy-wise that you would like to do as kind of like a long-term project for yourself? I know you don't really have agents, unless that is something you want to see about like cultivating potential diplomats for the future.
Yeah, well, so the good news is that I'm not just for diplomacy. I can also do exploration edicts.
That's true. That is very true.
And I think that possibly doing some more exploration of the area around us may not be a terrible idea. So having the Hunters Guild go out a little farther, map a little more, see if we can start getting like observed I don't want to say migration, but like tracked movements of the local fauna.
Okay.
Because we may not be able to know where like phase spiders are going to come from, but we can know where like, oh yeah, we can expect the lions to encroach upon the settlement from the north around this week.
Fucking Styles knowledge check on the phase spiders, you know they're not going to show up in the middle of the encampment.
Yeah,
That's not
well, yeah, I also
Oh,
know
that's
that
good. I wasn't actually sure.
it's also kind of impossible to accurately track where they're going to show up at all because they hang out in a separate ass plane and only come out for food.
Yeah, Garrick will take note, and he will acknowledge to handle that. He will see about what people will be willing and have the skill to go for like couple day journeys and take notes about the wildlife and see about sending them out. Is there anything in specific Rhea wants to set for herself or set anybody to within her purview for the month?
Good question. What could she actually be doing right now?
Yeah, I know your role is not like immediately like handle planning things. But I figure I'd ask anyways in case you can think of something. If not, it's fine. But just
No, I can't think of anything other than just being watchful for threats, basically, and also just trying her best to research this curse in her limited fashion, but that probably won't go very far.
If something does come to mind, let me know. Liana, any long-term projects you want to set about for the month?
Oh, let's see. I did want to ask if anything has been seen or heard of when it comes to the collegiate members who were briefly here and skedaddled when the curse happened.
From the reports of the guards, there's been hide nor hair of them.
Okay. Well, no news is maybe good news, but it probably wouldn't be bad to track them down eventually, but I think that's going to be a future project. So in the meantime, if Rhea will have me, I will assist with research into the curse.
Yes.
Because having more people is probably good.
Yeah.
All right. Tilk, is there anything you want to set into motion, change any things that are actively in motion in regards to economy and all that other stuff for the NPCs. Anything in particular in those regards, as well as obviously most of the construction is done. There's not a month left of work, so if you want to queue more construction, you can do that.
So as for money, we don't have anything that we can spend that on yet. We were going to work towards that, but things happened, so that's been put to the wayside. The first tenement homes that were completed, are they in the middle of the infected camp?
Yeah, they are within the encampment.
Okay. So it's probably not the best for the nobles to go there.
Just tell them that if they want to hang out with the bat people, they can totally go there.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could just be like, hey, if you want to go there so badly, you can.
They're not going to tell us that they get exposed, because then they're going to get treated differently, and then they're going to throw a fit.
You know,
That's why we just treat them like they're exposed the moment they go in.
Just get rid of the infected people so they can have their houses.
No. So,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, let's just kill off 69% of our population. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's not 69% that's infected.
Yes, it is. We've done the
Oh,
math.
is it?
Yep, we did the
I
math.
thought it was 69% that was remaining.
It's 69% of the remaining populace is infected.
Damn.
Yeah, no, shit's bad.
Yeah, no, I just misunderstood numbers last when that came out, because
Well-
I thought that was like given our total populace, the amount of people died left us with 69% of our populace remaining.
Yeah.
So economy's on hold. There's not a ton of manual labor that are at least skilled in construction to work with the Alchemicrete outside of the encampment to work on the docks, because the general beaches in the boat are deemed uninfected areas. I will say, you are King Regent. You can push through an order and say an amount of workers are cleared to work at the docks to complete those, if you want to. That is a choice you can make, in case you had not thought of that.
No, that's what I was assuming. High hand, you want them to start training. What are you wanting I imagine, obviously we want a standing military. That's not a shock. What percentage of people that's going to be? Difficult to figure out. What are you wanting them to learn? Are you wanting them to learn basic, defense?
At the very least, they need to know how to defend the walls, shoot a bow, use a spear. Very basic, honestly, peasant levy type training. It's not very in-depth, but it's something. And from that, some might actually show some promise, and then we can start cherry-picking for more capable people. But if we're... with our population as low as it is, if we end up fighting a force that's even remotely equal in numbers to ours, we need to see about training up some some very competent fighters and make up for a number disadvantage with a skill advantage.
Agreed. I think everyone capable of wielding a weapon should learn how to wield one.
Right, so everybody but the children and the elderly. Got it.
More or less. And
I'll see what I can do.
It may seem harsh, but given what we know about the area around us, it may not be a bad idea to be a bit more martial.
Lady Silvermoon.
learning at the very least would be good, even if not everyone is necessarily taking shifts on the walls or anything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, King Regent.
Of the noble families currently with us, how many of them have either experience in warfare or have, not historically, but presently?
Experience in warfare?
Knighthoods.
That's a high ask. Some certainly have been knighted. Experience would be a strong word to use in those regards. Although some have also studied tactics. But how many of them have actually gone to war? Well, I would say 0, honestly. A few of them might have seen combat. A few of them have definitely been in duels. But I think Sir Highhand here would agree that a duel is nowhere near the same thing. To which Highhand does not.
My primary concern is, can they defend themselves if necessary?
Some of them, certainly. Most of the noblemen do know how to stick a man with a rapier. But, as I said, duels are not the same. Those that have been knighted probably can swing a sword with decent competence, but I would not stake my life on them being able to necessarily... well, I wouldn't hire any of them to bodyguard you. To put it bluntly.
Fair enough. But I mean, them knowing how to defend themselves is still a priority.
Yes. They could probably mop the floor with a peasant, for sure.
Okay.
Those that do know how to fight. It's just, compared to Sir Highhand, you're not going to find that kind of experience.
And that is acceptable, as long as they're able to defend themselves for the time. If they want to become more martially inclined, well, they can snuggle up to Sir Highhand.
They do love snuggling.
If we were to devote the resources that we had working on the walls and the tenements to creating a Plan B cells for the next full moon, how many do you think we could get done? Or is that more of a Ordis rule question?
That is definitely an Ordis question. But based off of our previous discussions, we're obviously, as we've discussed previously, we're not going to be able to get the entire populace in cells, not within a month. We could get at least, a notable portion. But the only trouble is shutting them in. Pouring out chemicrete holes, it's not too complicated. The shutting them in, though, is the hard part. We would need iron and such, or wood if we want to get real basic with it. Or just slabs of chemicrete, we just drag it over the hole.
It's not elegant.
Certainly not. But if you want, I could follow up with Ordis and see what he has to say, although I don't think he'll be thrilled if he has to keep giving up people to keep making alchemicrete while designing this solution.
True.
I mean, the alchemicrete is a solution now. I don't expect them to have a permanent solution in the next couple of months.
Yes, it's just, the Artificers Guild is a little particular They don't like being distracted from projects they have a particular inclination towards.
True.
I don't suppose they would be willing to train others on just the mixing and pouring of alchemicrete.
We
I-
discussed that at one point, and they are highly guarded of that.
I expected as much.
Yes, guild secrets were a very viciously guarded thing back in Adax, especially when it came to the Artifice Guild. Considering their foundational knowledge was in alchemy, and if the alchemists can do what they do, then why do we need them? But I can talk to them and see what their estimates are. Probably have those to you maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Who knows if they're taking the day off to celebrate or not.
Yeah, if I could get a more solid number to work off of, that would make that decision, make it to where I could make that decision with confidence. Otherwise, we could specifically let individuals work on getting the docks set up. The faster that's done, the more we could likely do in pulling in fish and work on boats.
They have been pulling in some fish, mind you, which I hope you have a stomach for seafood still, because that is a lot of the protein we will be eating today.
After a while, you stop tasting it.
That's fair. But if you want more workers to rush the completion of the docks, we are going to need to either tell the fishers to stop fishing temporarily and help with that, or we need to clear some of the infected to go work at the docks. We don't have very many people who are uninfected who know how to work the alchemicrete into shape.
Correct.
We could force.
Infected.
We could mandate more of the uninfected to learn how to do it. Granted, some of those might be some of the aristocracy or individuals of other skill sets who would rather be doing other things, but that is an option.
I would worry about infected and uninfected performing manual labor together, largely due to, as far as we can tell so far, bodily fluids are a vector for infection. And if someone who is infected becomes covered in their own sweat, then touch becomes another vector, potentially.
Well then. What is it, Your Highness? Mandate more people, or let it take however long it's going to take?
At the pace it's going, how long would it take?
Oh, hard to say. It also depends on the weather.
True.
If I had to guess, maybe another week or two. Potentially 3. As I understand it, they have to, form columns in the water.
If we pulled the fishermen off their fishing duties to help construct, are we looking at doubling our current size of the workforce, or is it just a small handful?
It would be enough to make a little bit of a difference. It would certainly, at the very minimum, speed it up by a few days. It could be an acceptable solution.
I do think that will be the solution we go for. I know that we're celebrating Harvest Fest.
Yes, Harfest is today. Nobody's working today, except for us, as far as I know. And what guards are on duty.
So if we can pull them in and with good weather get that done in a week, then the damage done to our food supply is limited.
I can try for a week. I will see what I can do. I am not a holy woman, though. Keep that in mind.
Hey, if you could control the weather and held out on us this long, I'd be disappointed that you didn't brag about it.
Well, a woman does have her secrets.
Give me a few years, I might find a way.
Please do. Please do. The farms are set up. When do we expect those to start producing? Mostly going to be potatoes, from my recollection.
We're not sure how quickly local crop grows. Potatoes will take time. I would assume we won't start seeing real significant harvests for at least a few months. But between fish and some hunting and what supplies we do have already, I think for the time being we are stable. As long as we are not befallen any catastrophes to our ability to acquire food before the farms are in full swing, my projections are showing we'll be okay.
If Neheto's kind. Then
Now, granted, we're not talking about having excess. We will be surviving. But we will not be building a store.
We don't know what the winter's going to look like here.
This is winter, my lord. I know it doesn't feel like it, but we are in the middle of it.
Oh my goodness.
We don't know what the summer will be like, but
let's hope it is not reversed and it starts snowing sheets and sheets of ice like it was when we left Adax.
Let's hope it doesn't scorching to the point where we can't grow anything either.
Also true.
Another fair point. But if there's nothing else, we should probably at least try to enjoy the rest of the day. I know we started working.
Yep. If at all possible, I would like to get a decent gathering for the speech I plan to make this evening. I imagine people will want to listen, or some people will be wanting to just disassociate. But
I
spread it around.
I think it's a good thing we don't have alcohol available, because that might cause a catastrophe.
I agree.
I'm sure that some people are already making it.
Well, I've heard some are trying.
I mean,
for some reason, somebody tried it with I'm not sure what they're calling them, the really spicy things, the peppers, I think, or whatever. Did not go well, from what I heard.
Interesting.
Yes.
Are they alive still?
Yes. It's, apparently, it's been burning when he's shat the past few days, from what I've heard. But he's very much alive, just very uncomfortable.
Well, it's a lesson learned. A lot of that going around.
Yes.
But, everyone, please enjoy your day.
They will all nod and dismiss themselves. So, it is the 27th of Legerbeer. It's the 9th month of the year. It is Hearthfest. It is a mild -75 outside.
God.
And a little humid. And a
Wow,
little
we're in
overcast.
fantasy Florida.
Oh, just a little human, huh?
A little humid, a little overcast. It's like I've described before, it's not like I'm breathing soup humid, but it is a little
it's summer.
stifling.
Moist.
Yeah, the air is moist.
The air is soggy.
Yes.
I would like the party to stay in the area. A year ago, I never would have imagined that we would end up on a beach in a foreign land with some of us cursed with something that we could scarcely imagine, bleeding a couple thousand people. I
Couple, but we're like almost 10.
thought almost. It was over 10 at one point.
Yes, I'm trying not to think about that part.
It won't leave my mind.
I'm still adjusting to the horns and the hooves, honestly.
Yeah, that's.
It's been.
I can only imagine how that was on the boat. Because you had it for like less than a month at that point.
Oh yeah, I had to not just get my sea legs, as they say, just my legs. Had to get my
Just
legs.
your legs.
Just my entire legs. But I mean, I can't imagine how it compares to the lycanthropy transformation, though. Honestly, I know you're not as conscious during that, but the process, at least, does not look pleasant.
Oh, yeah, it hurts.
I mean,
It feels bad, at least.
it's. How often do you like exercise your body like strenuously, not for like survival purposes?
The paladin said to the wizard.
Nerd, do you work out?
Do you even lift, bro?
No, I don't. I don't even lift a spell book. I just store that in my brain. I don't really ever find the time to do that. I mean, I end up walking around a lot, but that's about it.
So, like, imagine, like, you walked around a lot, real sore, right?
Yeah.
Imagine that feeling, except it's your entire body as your body stretches out.
Plus
Yeah,
some
that doesn't sound-
plus some other nausea and just bad.
I didn't
Bad
get the
vibes.
nausea.
Yeah, I saw Thera's claws break through her fingernails when she changed. That didn't look great. Or it didn't look like it felt great.
I don't remember that part. For me, I think I'm better off not.
I remember puking up lava. Something into it.
That must have been spicy.
But yeah, I just wanted to take a moment, look at the water of an unknown land, and appreciate that we have been alive for a year and have somehow found ourselves in charge. Life
Still trying to figure out how that happened.
Life is strange.
You just can't say that again. This is wild.
Life is strange.
I feel like this is the correct time to say that I wouldn't have it any other way, but I could definitely do without the catastrophes and angry gods.
I absolutely agree.
The world can relax a little, maybe.
The world has no chill.
I have no intention of giving that thing homage. I will be tied into a ship if we don't have a
Wait.
solution.
Wait, the ships are where we're keeping non-infected, though, right? So
Oh,
that's-
Yeah.
Yes, but we have a brig, and
Oh,
We
I
take
see.
small amount of them to be tested on.
That is
and
actually an
also-
important point. What did you want to decide about handling the totem? What did you want the message to the people to be, if anything? How do you want to handle that?
Maybe we have divine word to keep it vague. That this will help if you pay respects.
Okay.
It's gonna be
I'm
a
not
tough
sure.
sell about the whole like. Right now, it's headgear part though, because that was very specifically demanded. I think.
No. You just need to pay respects to the totem this time around. We don't have to give up headgear or really worship the guy unless we want some more permanent benefit.
All right.
For now, the totem, like Tommy said, just pay homage to it to prove that warmth can be shown, in the words of Gorath.
heartburn.
So you're gonna be vague about it. Allegedly, this is a divine thing that will help. Is this going to be something like provided in like a public space and made available to anybody who wants to attempt to do the thing? Or is it going to kind of be sequestered away and people will have to go out of their way to go to it? Or how do you want to go about it?
It might be good to put it in its own tent or something, so that if people wanted privacy while giving whatever respects they want, that would be good. I mean, there might be some people that are very worried about losing control during the change, but also don't like want their friends seeing them going there or something. I think it having some kind of barrier between, to sight from outside would help some people.
Its mere existence is going to piss off the clergy. If the clergy knows about it one way or another, it's going to cause a problem. So
Yeah.
we either run the risk of the clergy finding out, and then only a few people get access to it because the clergy does something to it, or they just straight leave.
Wasn't it kind of an all or nothing deal?
That's my thought.
So, I know I'm certainly not super willing to work with him.
Neither am I. If-
The point isn't that we work with him. The point is that we have bought ourselves time so we don't have to.
Well, by prostrating ourselves for a totem of his, we are working with him.
We're not working with him any more than we are existing. No one's paying him specific veneration. They are paying homage to the totem rather than worshiping him. I think it is a very important difference. Like, I don't like this any more than you.
I mean, I wasn't
But
there, so
something has to be done.
no, you are correct. Something has to be done. I myself personally don't think this is it, but at the end of the day, what can we do? If we don't have a solution from the Artificers Guild by the full moon, then people are going to die.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
And if we have to do making him a smidge more powerful for a short time to keep our people alive, I'm sorry, lesser of two evils, at least in my opinion.
And
Not saying we all become his followers, but
I mean, but we don't know how that works. His curse has touched our soul, and by that
Well,
extension, we're owned by him.
yeah, but we know live or die, he draws power from us regardless.
Can I make a religion check? Or like how does this totem benefit him?
Sure.
$21.
21.
21.
So how does he specifically benefit it from it? You would have the understanding that it is effectively functioning similar to an altar.
Okay.
It is effectively a conduit to which prayers or other such things would be passed from this plane to another entity. Such things are not always magical in nature, but yet still somehow fulfill that purpose. It's part of the greater mysteries. Granted, you do know this one is magical in nature.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily specifically doing anything. It's more about the act of paying respects to it, as one would pay respects to an altar, even if it is something as simple as I'm going to light a candle and leave it here. Or oftentimes in the Temple of Nehedo, coppers and silvers and occasionally gold pieces would be offered at such altars and left. Oftentimes with like a prayer or whatever. Sometimes, especially in temples dedicated to Alexandrus, it would be, parts of a harvest, corn, potatoes, whatever. And typically like a healthy vegetable that is not like rotting or whatever. But simple offerings that could be provided. And sometimes people will just go to such altars and pray or meditate or do whatever it is they do.
Letting them know if you were to pray here, you may not kill your family member. He said that he'd offer an amount of warmth. What that means, we don't know. If that means that if they'll feel a connection, but they'll still go crazy and kill the man next to them, how warming. If it is the ability to fully control it for one evening, it's it stinks of vagity.
Well, we have an example of what an ounce of warmth looks like now. The ascetics. The cult that is sprung up about giving up all of your worldly wants and shit. And they don't appear to be murdering each other. At least they didn't. They're still violent, but they have some amount of... One of them tried to pick a lock, and the others that we didn't have in the brig weren't outright slaughtering each other wholesale.
Now that their camp is surrounded by corpses is certainly a worrying sign.
Well, yeah, but not everybody is part of them, and those who aren't are still fully rampaging. I would not be surprised at all if that wasn't any of their number. And perhaps Erstyle can get a census on if any of them were actually killing each other during the full moon, but I've got an inkling that there's some degree of control there. Even if control is a strong word.
Style as a GM would know at this point from watching them that they have not lost numbers from their group over the course of the moon cycle.
Nope, not at all.
All right, so Ursel corroborates. They aren't killing each other. So I don't think this is an empty promise that does nothing. And I get it. We don't want to. This guy is essentially holding us hostage, and we don't want to do as he pleases. But going along with this for 1 month buys us time of not losing a quarter of our population.
That only depends on how many people pray to it.
Didn't he say that we had to basically that there was a void if we didn't get everyone?
No, it's I believe it's a per base person to person basis. It's void if any of us are still worshiping Het here in the long run. This totem is a 1 month, one person. You have to pray to it each day before the nights that you would transform freebie.
If it's only the nights for when we transform, then wouldn't it probably be a good idea to limit its visibility from the church as a whole until those days, and put it deep in the untouchables camp?
I'm not religious. I'm not familiar with doctrine. That's a you.
They would smash that thing to pieces if given the opportunity, as it is sacrilege.
Then that is your camp to decide. You made me a diplomat. I negotiated with a god. I'm doing my best.
No, I understand. I feel like we are going to lose out on more on the long run by doing that. The church is silently experiencing a schism.
So is our society.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the society one isn't silent. That's the that's the benefit.
Yeah.
If it was silent, we'd have a bigger issue.
Well, there's probably several schisms going on.
True.
With the college, the college, collegiate, everything.
I cannot, in good conscience, to both the people and to the faith, recommend the use of that.
We should probably put this up to a vote then what we should do with this. And
I would personally just prefer that our people be alive to make that decision.
then let us vote, and whatever outcome is the outcome, and we deal with the consequences of thereof.
Everyone down to make this a vote?
Personally, I think my approach would be very similar to the ascetics, in that it isn't specifically recommended, but it is made available.
Hmm.
What about you, Style?
I am in agreement with Liana. The ascetics approach to this is probably going to be something that's going to work a little bit better than just either pull one way or the other.
Oh, I meant approaching the altar the same way that we approached the ascetics, where we didn't specifically endorse them.
I'm agreeing.
Oh, I misunderstood
that
you.
approach is, yeah.
So that is
Yeah,
2 votes to make it available, but not endorse it.
Yeah, I
least
don't
out
think I
loud.
could, in good conscience, keep from people a way to keep themselves alive when the full moon comes.
Yeah, I'm very much of the same mind.
Okay, so that's 3 votes for that.
I just I understand the fear, but I'm not gonna watch people die.
Do the remaining 2 want to uphold that vote, or do they want to? Proposing it.
Rhea will say, I'm still going to vote against, but I will deal with the consequences of whatever outcome we do have here, and we'll honor it, at least. But I just hope it works out.
I will vote against, although my vote at this point does not matter, as the majority will rule in favor of the approach with the aesthetic. I believe that this thing is a short-term benefit that will have long-term negative consequences.
On that, I do agree.
I'm not saying that this isn't without its risks or consequences, just that it's the lesser of two evils here.
In the short term, it looks like that. We'll have to wait
We'll
and
see
see.
what happens.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
I think it's absolutely Groth's attempt to draw people closer to his embrace, just like the curse itself.
Mm-hmm.
That said, everything we've gotten is that he's not super manipulative. So the hope there is that he's being very straightforward with us.
He's also
Even if it's
yeah.
Even if it's not kind or wanted.
So what do you want to do with the totem? I'm assuming you have kept it hidden for the time being. Do you want to continue to keep it hidden for now, or what do you want to do with it?
I guess we were going to my thought would be have Urstyle hand it to the ascetics, maybe have them promote. That way we're not endorsing it directly.
So quietly pass it over to them. What do you want to tell them, if anything?
I think it's important that people do know that, like, what this entails, like, or how to do it. It is you pay homage to it. The burden, the curse is a little easier for 1 month, and only 1 month.
Okay.
What about?
Do you want to add in the unless they cast down hit year? Or
I think I don't want to add that in for the long term.
Okay.
Because that wasn't part of the totem itself. That was just the long term how to get his like graces, right?
Yeah. Based off of your last conversation, yeah.
So yeah, like Sveta's not super vocal about it, but she follows head here, like being magical and all. So like this has really left a bad taste in her mouth.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. As long as Urstyle is fine with sending one of his agents, it's not going to cost them anything to do that. It'll just be a task for them to handle today.
A new guy.
Yeah.
No, I will have the agent who is watching over the ascetic monks take care of it.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. They will make sure to be discreet. Cool. So that will be handled at a time of day that suits them to make that delivery unnoticed.
Boom.
All right. Sorry, I kind of interrupted y'all, kind of reminiscing and all of that, but
You're good.
that was also one of the things I forgot, and it's super important to be handled. So, as you were, I'll open it back up to you guys to shoot the shit or do whatever the fuck you want.
Well, realistically, everyone but Urstyle here is magically inclined. Urstyle and me, correct?
I mean, you're both magically inclined, aren't you? Paladins have magic, and
I guess it
Investigators.
depends on your level of understanding of things. Sure.
I mean, I consider alchemist magic, so
And I have no real magical ability. I kind of out here in a fur tunic for armor. I should really.
I mean, don't we know paladins are magical on to some degree, right? As
But as
lore wise.
well,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
yeah, but I'm not at the moment, realistically.
I mean, yeah, so
Yeah.
maybe you're not slinging spells. That doesn't make you not magical. You make us immune to fear and shit just by being around us.
Let me rephrase the question. Those who are arcanely inclined,
There you go.
what is the over-under on getting individuals trained in the basics of magic?
I mean,
You
that's
would,
sort of,
ooh,
yeah.
that's you're gonna need at least one person who knows arcane stuff. They essentially have to have enough knowledge over who they're trying to teach, and then they have to spend the time teaching.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take
And
a
it's
bit.
not oh yeah, we'll have an afternoon class once, every other day for like an hour, or like, once a week for a couple hours. Like it's gonna be
That is
you're gonna be
full-time.
working. Yeah. If arcane magic was that easy to pick up, it would be a lot more commonplace.
Mm.
Yeah, I picked the basics on my own. It's fine.
So
You cheated, Miss Granddaddy Cassilian.
Uh,
My grandfather had a small magic loan of 1 million magic.
All right,
Fucking,
Oh my God.
fucking arcane nepo baby.
wow. Small load of 1 million spell slots.
oh God. I only ask because I agree with High Hand on at least getting the majority of the peasants trained in the use of basic weaponry. However, with the collegiate gone,
we should probably find out those who are inclined in some way or form for the magical, either be it through natural means or through just having the brains for it. But
That's going to be
It's gonna
real hard.
it's gonna be yes, it is probably gonna be just a handful and probably very restrictive in how we can do it, because we don't have the resources to really do a widespread effort really. And Rhea just kind of flails her arm a little and says, and I am not exactly what we would call a seasoned practitioner either.
None of us are.
the reason I ask the question is that with the collegiate gone, we have a lack of a arcane brain trust, which means that we have to continually dip back to the well that is the guilds, and that is going to get costly quick. I've already had to promise a workshop to the Artificers Guild, which is going to piss off the Alchemist Guild, which is going to make it harder to work with them in the future. And the Alchemist Guild knows that.
Honestly, we should probably need to ask both of them for help in this matter.
Oh.
Okay, back.
I think that right now we have a bit too much on our plates. I am all for having a magically inclined society. Me and Liana have even been exploring those options. But right now we're just drawn in too many ways, and trying to teach people magic is too resource intensive that we just it needs to be put on hold right now.
I mentioned it as food for
Am
thought.
I audible?
Yeah.
Now you are. If you've been talking, we
Okay.
haven't heard you.
I've been trying to talk for a while, and
Oh, didn't hear
getting talked
anything.
over in the manner that usually happens when you're muted and don't know it.
Oh,
So
yeah, we heard nothing. So
oh, I had a lot of like, I'm starting to speak, and then no acknowledgement, so I just stop. It might be like that I'm not used to the push to talk delay or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually, when push to talk, usually like it takes a little while before it starts recording. So, like press it half a second before you start talking or something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It could have been the
But
connection.
anyway, maybe. Anyway, though, this is something I have wanted to do this entire time. I was waylaid by the full moon, but the only issue that I am personally working on right now is research with Rhea on the curse, which, I mean, it doesn't take up every one of my waking hours. I can spend some of my other time gauging interest as well as I can on arcane magic. So I think that's a first step anyway.
Yeah. I mean, even if we can get people to learn a cantrip.
That will help.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is the hardest.
Always is.
Oh, and even prestidigitation by itself is such a quality of life increase.
I mean, yes, learning how to light a fire with magic is such a good tool.
Absolutely.
Would you don't have a spell book though? Wizards usually
I
have.
have one.
Is there anything in it?
Yes.
I don't see you use it very
Yeah,
often.
I don't need it to prepare my spells, but I do keep up with it in the same manner that a wizard would, specifically for the purpose of using it to teach other people.
Oh, you need a spell book? I just snuggle Harrison for like 15 minutes.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, and
Right.
Rhea
I just thought that's what like everybody did.
just conjures her spellbook out of her dimensional pocket. She stores it in. Whoop. Yep. And
So obviously, what we do is we find a female rabbit of the local area, pair them up with
I pull
Harrison,
Harrison out of my not interdimensional pocket.
and that way everyone has a half Harrison.
It does not work quite that way.
Wait, did you think I had been sneaking into your tent and snuggling Harrison every morning?
No, I just thought you had like the shadow thing going on, so like you, I don't know, meditated on it.
Oh, that is true. I do store some of my spells in my shadow, but that's in addition.
See,
to
so I'm not wrong.
You're not completely off. That is something I do, but that's in addition to what would normally be prepared from the spellbook.
Rhea goes to flip open a page to one of her like normal cantrips, and that shows the like all the calculations and generally like the arcane text and symbols, etc. Like this takes a while to learn.
I have been sober for a year and I hate it. The reason I ask is our cantrips, could you write them out like as a formula or like at the diagram or however you do it?
I mean, you can, but it still takes an innate understanding to know how to like cast that.
Well,
Like,
so
you couldn't just write it down and give it to someone.
Yeah, so the formula is there certainly. It's how at least I was taught magic, but it requires a basic understanding of how to also align your mind with the arcane around us. You know, to just knowing how to write the symbols or do the gestures and say the words isn't enough. It's more than that.
so we can't just make a bunch of copies of the formula and pass it out to the peasant.
No.
Yeah,
Well-
those of you that have a rank in Arcana understand, like, yeah, okay, you have a formula. And as Ray was saying, there's aligning the mind in the practice and all that. But it's also that sort of subconscious training and understanding to pull mana and channel it and make it do what you want it to do. So as much of it is focus and understanding, it is also willpower. And that's why not everybody can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's There would need to be a basic understanding of the concepts that go into spellcasting for someone to be able to learn a spell from a scroll or a spellbook, or to cast from a scroll for that matter, which consumes the scroll in the process, but can be done, and I can make them. But once someone has that, they can learn from whatever resources they find, provided they practice magic in a way that uses resources like that.
Yeah.
And there is, I've heard of those that can just, use semi-magical items like wands and stuff, without, having magic themselves.
Yeah, some can sort of
I think
trick
those
the
are.
item, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I think those are going to be just as few and far between, though.
Yeah, they tend to be their own special breed.
Zach, have I seen my father use magic device before? That's a common rogue thing.
No. I can't remember if I've mentioned it to you before, but like his roguish background has been a total secret from you.
Oh, I meant like more recently, because I know it has been secret.
No, he hasn't done anything like that, but you also know he doesn't, well, at least as far as you know, he doesn't own anything magical. So
Yeah, I guess we haven't really had a lot of magic items laying around, so if you did know how to do that, then... Or use magic device, the skill, whatever it's called. But yeah.
I mean, there's also the more expensive option, which is, actually, there is minor magical items to allow you to use magic without being a caster of any sort.
Yeah, but
they are rare and expensive and time consuming, and they're probably not very efficient for us to make.
Yeah, I don't know that. Does any of us know how to make magical items? Even?
At the moment, I can
Technically?
scribe scrolls, but that's it.
Okay.
I know nothing of artifice or scroll scribing or any or potion making.
Well, it doesn't sound like the artificers are making those kinds of magical items. They're more like infrastructural.
I mean, Aristotle can make regents.
Technically, I can pass along my magic. Or concoctions, really.
Yeah, but then
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
like
also just relay
with
them
the
to the
language.
alchemist guild at that point.
No. Purpose was to spitball, put the ideas in your head, see where they go.
No, me and Liana have been working on that. It's just I don't think it's a right now thing that's going to happen.
No. It's just something like
I mean, we can start looking for people that are innately magical.
What's that,
I
Liana?
already.
Oh, go on.
I already said I was going to start gauging interest when I had time, apart from Rhea and I's research.
Oh yeah. Well,
that is a good point, though. Looking for people who have innate magic, which is rare, would be good too. If we have any sorcerers or any more oracles about, that would be great. Well, oracles would be more aligned with the church, but not necessarily, I suppose.
Oh, but with that, everyone, enjoy your day. I am going to go continue writing a speech. Try to have people there if you can. Like, if people are like, "Oh, what are you doing this afternoon?" Going to the King Regent's speech. I have a plan.
now I'm afraid.
I'm sure I have a plan.
I mean, I can I'll let you in on it. It's simple, really. So one of the things that are whatever this blessing is that we have that makes us like fated or whatever. One of the things I can do is I can rally people.
Yeah.
I plan to give a stirring speech, and in that speech,
I mean, do you think they can willpower out of it?
well, my hope is to sit there and get a lot of people there, give a stirring speech on how we will continue moving on, and then rally them. That way they feel like they can take on, like, even if it's just for a little bit, take on anything that comes at them. and if they can hold on to that feeling, and like just I don't want people to start giving up.
Well, I mean, no, I don't take my like questions as trying to find a problem with it. I do think that morale is low and something needs to be done about that. Because the amount of people that had been joining the bone as of late is concerning.
Yes.
So I fully support like a speech. I'm just trying to see what your end game is with it. If it's just to raise spirits, then absolutely.
The primary purpose is to raise spirits and try to, if we can get some people who are like just at the edge of I'm done, I quit.
Mhm.
And I want people to keep fighting for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I think I think I can get around 100 people each time I do it. I know that I can do it 5 times.
And people talk to people, so
So if
I'll pass the word along.
Yeah, I don't expect to stir the entire camp to go from doom to we will take on anything, but I
Mhm.
even if it's just the people that hear my voice, I want there to be a positive outcome.
Mhm.
But enjoy your day, and Toke will walk away. So I continue to read over my speech and figure out if I want to make any changes.
All right.
Okay. So, I take it you all are going to go partake of the festivities and spread the good word.
Yeah. Oh. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Abs.
Hello.
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 There you are.
Okay, I was trying to say to Tilk before you walked off, let me know if you want any visual effects to go along with that.
I could throw some balls of ice around.
Let's limit that.
I can make illusions. I'm very harmless. Well, those ones.
I can make people sleepy. It has served me very well.
I don't think that will help.
Please don't. I do not want to give a stirring speech only for a number of people to be unconscious. I don't have a direction for if you want to make visuals happen, so you will have to improvise that.
All right, if I think of anything particularly fitting and flashy, I'll do what I can.
Because this was designed entirely for just an audible format. I did not consider visual.
Just have fireworks go on behind you.
Presentation.
Oh,
Exactly.
I've considered glowing in gold. I hear that's all the rage these days.
Oh no.
Hmm.
Do not put your dancing lights inside me.
All right. So, it's hard to really call them festivities. There's traditionally Hearthfest is celebrated at night when the sun goes down. It's a time to gather around the fires, socialize, have hot food, warm drinks. So the day is mostly spent relaxing and cooking and more socializing. I'm assuming you're having this speech probably near or at sunset
Yes.
or somewhere whereabouts. Okay. So unless anybody has anything they want to do during the day, I think we'll just end up jumping to sunset.
What are people socializing about? Is it just general? It's like, how you been? It's fucking terrible. What do you think?
It's I mean, it's a lot of small talk. A lot of people are kind of like naturally people are talking about the weather because it does stick in their minds. Like normally it would be snowing at this time of year, and instead it's hot and humid and overcast with a progressively darkening sky throughout the day. But there's also like there is some talk here and there of people being like, maybe we'll turn this around. There is some people that are not talking. There are people who there is religious discussion going on. There are those that are like, yeah, well, what have the gods done for us lately? And it's, in the grand scheme of things, it is a wide mix of things. Some people reminiscing, some people wondering what's next. Essentially, if you're going to go look for specific opinions, you're going to find them.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, okay.
Tilk would want to hear, like, he probably wouldn't hear too many of it since he is acting King Regent. Hear dissenting opinions.
Hmm.
I doubt they'd be set in open company around him.
I could probably look for them.
If you're actively looking for them, I would say give me a stealth roll. And yeah, you know what? Just a stealth roll.
Double check
I'm
something.
going to assume you're going to spend some hours doing this.
Yeah. That's not as bad as I thought it was. Oh, Brandon.
Hey, you're the one who wanted to roll something.
No, I typed in I typed in the whole message and then hit enter, and it was just like, "Hey, moron! That's not how this works." 8.
Yeah, you don't. You're moving around. You're trying to be discreet. You don't hear anything that is painfully obvious dissenting. You do occasionally hear like the man, what's the point? Might have been better off dead in 8X than wherever the hell we are now, type stuff. But nothing outright dissenting.
Just people with low morale, like we expected.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is there anything anybody else wants to do?
First, I would like to go get a general feel of the people. See if there's anything interesting in the current talks of the new year, the old year.
The witch
leadership.
people? Just the common people?
Yeah, for the most part.
There's. I'll come to you after Lysander. There are you're hearing a lot of what Tilk was hearing, a lot of the mixed stuff. In regards to, this year versus last year, you come to realize a lot of the people here are ADAX locals. A lot of these people have not known a life outside the walls of ADAX. These are people who, even among the poor, they've had the comfort of knowing of like they'll not be raided by bandits and stuff. And sure, they might trade that for the syndicate and poverty and all that, but they know they're not in danger from the wilderness or in that kind of survival situation. And while these people certainly had their own personal dramas and struggles, these are people who did not experience what you and your friends experienced. They certainly saw some of the violence visited upon the city during the fleeing, but that, in the grand scheme of things, at least from your perspective, was tame in terms of personal danger. While your life was in danger fleeing ADAX, it was notably different than it was in Violet Maple, where in Violet Maple it felt a lot more personal, as there was not walls, there were not soldiers, there were not paladins and clerics and this force actively working to keep you alive. It was every man, woman, and child for themselves when Violet Maple was attacked. And these people didn't experience that. And a lot of this experience being here with the werebats, they are kind of getting their first taste of that kind of terror.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something that they can't even remember come the next morning. They just have to pick up the pieces afterwards, and they're not really processing it. Like, they're aware of the loss, but they're not going through the trauma of what's been going on quite yet. As some would say, the shoe has yet to drop in regards to that. That is the big thing you pick up on listening to and talking to some of these people. There are, well, you could count on your hands how many Violet Maple survivors there are.
Yeah.
At least here in this camp that you're aware of.
Yeah.
And you got to bear in mind that we take up one hand.
Yeah. So, Sidra, you said you had something. What does Liana want to be doing during the day?
Leading up to... I think I'll... What was it?
You're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah.
I heard leading up to and then nothing.
Oh, I actually I tabbed out of Discord because I was just typing with my push to talk key and it was annoying.
Gotcha.
But I'll kind of more publicly than usual do my usual kind of regular magical practice, just doing simple stuff, but focusing on things that are kind of visible and flashy in hopes of to kind of not go like super out of my way to be like a performer, but if anyone passes by, there might be a bit of a show. To partially see if anyone is interested in doing it themselves, if anyone asks about it, but also to kind of get some attention and guide conversations to be like, yeah, later I'll be at the speech that the King Regent's giving, etc. And
Okay.
Gonna
Tell you
draw
what, give
extra
me
roll of it.
a spellcraft roll.
Okay.
Craft that spell.
Sorry, I'm on a trackpad, so we'll just...
Oof.
Skill issue. Tell me why.
Damn.
Heartache.
That's a 31.
I wanted to go extra hard and go all the way, but got a 1 on my search, so 31.
Crispy 31. All right. So yeah, you kind of just doing your thing, just vibing, throwing out some magic. There are definitely people who are very uncomfortable with this. They make themselves scarce when they see you doing magic. But
Oh, right.
there are especially children that are in their sweet innocence as like, there's a weird colored lady wiggling her fingers and making colors and stuff. And they are in awe. And so they're like hanging out and watching, and they're like, can you do this? Can you do that? And they're like asking questions and stuff. There are some parents who are kind of cautious, who are lingering. And you do have some passerbys who do stop and watch and all that. And you are afforded opportunities and some small talk to be like, oh yeah, the King's Speech, be there or be square.
Oh, yeah. And I'll definitely answer any questions I can that anyone asks. And it's probably good to see kids, like, happy about something for the first time in, like, a year.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm sure that's just not been a thing, like, at all.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good.
Kids being kids, there have been, like, some play in the streets and stuff that is, regardless of the circumstances, kids are
Yeah.
hard to really, like, permanently bring down. But it's definitely, like, one of the happier times you've seen them as of late. And they are the ones that are mostly asking questions. The adults generally aren't. So maybe some of those adults are afraid to ask questions, and they're kind of like just listening and getting answers through the children asking questions, potentially.
Yeah, if possible, I'll kind of try to like draw them into, but I mean, I'm not like super charismatic or anything, so I'm not going to be able to do that with like a lot of grace. So I'm not going to go that deep at it.
Yeah.
But kind of also let people know who I am if they don't already know that. Like, yeah, I am, placed as magister. I'm kind of in charge of education, and am hoping to be able to teach people.
The big
Sometime
bitch with all
soon.
the magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
sometime soon. At least kind of try to spread like word about that. Get people thinking about it.
That'll definitely register with them. You get the impression that they've probably heard that there was a tiefling who technically had the position, but had no idea exactly who that was, or your name or anything. So that information does register with them. And who knows? Over time, it might bear fruit. At the immediate moment, this is what it is.
Yeah, that's fine. I just also, part of that effort is like, I should at least, if any, like, parents are lingering around, so they know that I'm like someone they kind of know about, and not just some like rando spooky person doing magic around their children. They like think I'm gonna explode or something.
Yeah.
I'm going to explode at them.
Yeah.
But does anybody else have anything else? Or are we good to put Brandon on the spot and make him do a speech?
Oh, hell yeah.
Do the speech. Do the speech.
All right.
Right. So sunset time is a little just after 1600. Whenever you are ready, I will say you're doing this at Queen's Rest, right?
Yes.
Cool. It is sunset, although it's darker than it normally be. The clouds are heavy, and it is approaching soup levels in air quality in regards to humidity. But it's still light enough out to see at the very least. You're at Queen's Rest. It does seem not the entire population has shown up at a guess. It's hard to gauge. It's a lot of people.
It's a lot of fucking people.
But there is a lot of people here. Easily a couple thousand. It is safe to assume that there are a couple clerics on standby who are capable of using thaumaturgy to boost another's voice.
Okay.
As like a specialized temple thing.
Nice.
So you can effectively carry your voice without actually having to like destroy your vocal cords.
Good. Tilk will.
You do also, I'll make a point of noting, it's not a big thing, but the clerics who are helping you deliver this speech, you do recognize them as clerics that do regularly attend when you give sermons and stuff.
Excellent. Tilk will, as people are gathering, be looking out into the sunset, looking at the... It's not really a gravestone for her. We never really like made a stone, but like it is like overall a marker for where she...
Yeah, and there's also a tree on that hill, so that also kind of doubles as a marker in a sense, symbolically.
And as people gather, Tilk will turn, face all of them, and with the help of thaumaturgy, go, "People of Aparo, survivors of Adax," and I am going to use my first mythic surge to rally. So all people that can hear me within 30 feet get a free reroll on their next D20 roll. Not that that helps. That's not like what. That's not what the point of me using it for. Moving forward.
Yeah, no, we're fluffing.
It's more for the listeners at home.
Yeah.
Looking at the rules, it's like that's not what that does.
Oh, we don't give a fuck.
Hear me not as King Regent, but as Tilk Sloven of House Sloven, brother of the Church of Nehedo. We enjoy Hearthfest to celebrate the harvest from Nalzandris's and the water provided by the rains of Hetchir, that we worked and labored for by mortal hands. We have made something from a land we found, where there was once nothing. This is just the beginning of the great city of Aparo. And while he's doing this, he's going to try to like move through the crowd. We have made something... we shall in a year's time celebrate another great harvest blessed by Nehedo. Another year of building upon the foundation in which we have fought to secure. And we shall continue to do just that. Do not fear what lies ahead of us, for we shall embrace these challenges and come out stronger for it. Now is the time for cooperation and prayer. Nehedo blessed us with these lands that can produce a harvest. Nehedo blessed us through a long voyage across the seas.
We shall create a great city that will prosper with people that can confidently say, I do not fear tomorrow, for tomorrow is in my hands. Hear me, people of Aparo. We shall not fear tomorrow, for it is in our hands. And what I'm going to do is I'd like to make like a diplomacy roll or a leadership. Well, there's not a leadership skill.
I would say this is persuasion.
Diplomacy check.
Yay.
You are trying to convince them of this. So you are persuading them, so therefore diplomacy.
I am going to
Sir?
I'm going to use the rally that I started with.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
It is a D20
That's a
roll.
gamble.
It is a gamble.
That is an absolute coin toss for the viewers at home. He rolled a 10 on the first roll. And it paid off. He rolls a 19. Oh my god!
For a total of 32.
Nice.
And then as I'm walking through the crowd, every 60 feet, I'm going to emphasize and chant that we will not fear tomorrow. Tomorrow is in our hands. And as I say that, I'm going to do another rally. So I'm dropping all 5 of my rallies to sit there, and for every person within 30 feet, for them to feel the effect.
Okay.
I did the math earlier. That's 480 people. It's not a ton.
You're moving through the group and you're surrounded by, these familiar yet unfamiliar faces. And you get the sense that you can feel their energy and it's kind of feeding into you, and it's creating this feedback loop as they're buying into it, you're buying into it, they're buying into it. So the people that are around you they're going along with it, and more of the people around them are going along with it. The rest of you, while this speech is happening, what are you all doing?
I guess I'm his hype man.
Okay. You don't have to be doing anything specific. I'm just asking, are you just kind of paying attention, or is there something specific you do want to be doing?
No,
Rhea is as what was the name of the position again?
You were the Royal Enforcer.
Royal Enforcer. I was Royal something.
Yeah, it's Royal Enforcer.
Probably standing on guard, in the little background if it's behind him or whatever.
Okay. So you're nearby to him, just not on top.
Running event security.
Yeah.
Urstyle's assisting in security.
Okay. Interesting. What's Leona doing?
I guess I don't really have a reason to be actually up there, but I'm probably near the front of audience and stuff, and just kind of being enthusiastic in my response to it, to try to let that enthusiasm spread further beyond me as it reaches me.
Okay. For the two of you on security, I want 2 rolls from each of you.
Oh boy.
Perception followed by sense motive.
Oh Lord! All right.
And that's when Tilk was assassinated.
Oh, we're back with a katana, back from the grave, half decomposed.
No, but Katana, come from the top row.
Oh,
The second
no.
chair.
Yeah.
God. You know what? I'd be willing to accept if this is how I died to a degree. That'd just be
Fucking half naked, oiled up, jacked dude comes running through the crowd and is like, "What's this? What's this? What's this? RKO out of nowhere!"
My God, it's broken hair.
Yeah.
I fucking love that fucking RKO meme.
It's Randy
much.
Orthon. God.
Perfect. He's a half elf.
Beautiful.
Okay,
21 on
so
the perception, and
yeah,
there was
God,
a sense motive as well, right?
yes.
Followed by sense motive.
Perception first, then sense motive.
Correct.
And a 9 on sense motive.
Okay. You both identify there are most of the crowd at least is responding positively. They're not all joining in the chant or anything like that. A lot of them are, a notable amount, not all of them. But most people at least seem to be positive. You do notice there are some people in the crowd that are not necessarily reacting negatively or anything, but are kind of passive in their appearance. But you don't pick up anybody who's making any sudden movements towards Tilk or anything like that. So bodyguard duty, as far as concerned, nobody's attempting to stab him in the middle of this crowd.
So
Or is
far.
that what they want you to think?
Ray, you don't notice this. Urstar, you do notice one of the faces who looks indifferent. You get the feeling it is more than indifference. It's hard to place. There is a sort of, how would I put it? There's a cunning. There's not necessarily a hostile intent. But there, as some would put it, game recognizes game. And you know from your time working with Aeroath how to tell when somebody is getting a measure of someone. You see this guy, and then he sees you, gives you a nod, and disappears into the crowd.
Ominous.
Interesting.
But otherwise, it continues smoothly. There's no problems. There's no dangers. People seem at least enlivened. And the ones that did join in the chanting are definitely like, yeah, let's go fucking eat some food. Fucking love Hearthfest, dude. And
The best part of every festival.
Yes.
oh yeah, people are hyped to just be fat for an evening. Because it's been eating the same, like, infinite stew shit for weeks. And it's like, we are going to dine. And yeah, so it's probably a few minutes after sunset at that point. And yeah, eventually, like, people start, there's some talking and socializing going on after the speech. And people, they're not rushing. They're not, like, lingering either. They are trickling a bit out towards the encampment and stuff to the kind of designated areas to get food and stuff. And it's definitely infected or in the encampment, uninfected are at the beach where stuff has been set up for them separate. And food has also been prepared separately.
Yeah, so we're not cross-contaminating from food preparation or something.
Yeah. And I'm assuming you all want to split up in that same vein. Unless
No.
you want to take the risk. No, you don't want to split up. You want to. So where does Ursula want to go eat?
Take the risk. Go join.
Take the risk. Okay.
Take the risk.
What about Sveta?
I think it's on his side.
What about Rhea? Or no, wait, you're
Right.
infected. Why am I asking you? You get a choice.
I was muted. I'm not
Yeah.
sure I'm feeling very risky.
Okay. Sure. And then Liana, where do you want to dine? Do you want to dine with the infected with, well, 3/5 of the party, or do you want to go with the uninfected? Also dead, it would seem.
Woe
The
be
hotel
under.
rooms just led her to the back room.
Is in a hotel.
Yeah.
Wow, way to doss her.
Yeah, there's not millions of those in the world at all.
I know, you practically told everyone exactly where she is.
Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Yes, can hear you now.
Oh, there we go.
Good.
I assume food was prepared with similar quarantine measures.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, it is. In that case, it's probably a bit more of a risk because, like, I mean, I can hang out around infected people and just be, sensibly careful. But it's like, okay, yeah, actually ingesting stuff might be too risky. I'll eat quarantined, but as the festival continues, if people, if it continues beyond like the food part and mingling happens, that might change as we just walk around.
Yeah, I'm happy to hang out with people. I just
Okay, well, do you want to hang out with the infected and then get food later, or do you want to go get food now and rejoin with them?
I'll do the latter just because all the food's fresh right now. It just got served. It's good, and while everyone else is doing it.
yeah, I'll do
so-
the same with Liana.
So you all go where you're going to go to go get food. The food dishes are, shall we say, mostly experimental. There is some semi-familiar, like potato stew type stuff, but there are a lot of various fish dishes. These are, obviously ocean fish. And a lot of these fish dishes are trying to incorporate a lot of the different fruits and vegetables that have been found here. Some of them have been a mixed success. Some of them are overly spicy.
Woo!
Some of them taste like nothing. Some of them are okay. Some of them are like, what were you thinking? Never cook again.
Never. Just
You
don't do
fucking donkey.
Yeah.
it.
It's definitely like those people who do like to cook and know a little bit about cooking has gone all out to experiment with things.
Yep.
There is also red meat some red meat dishes that you assume is the wow, I'm blanking on what they're
The RX
called.
we found.
Yes, Aurochs. I was like, it's a something, and like I just could not get there.
Our rocks.
And it tastes a lot like beef. Beef
Oh
is
my
something
God.
you didn't really get to have a lot in Violet Maple because slaughtering cows wasn't really something you did on the regular. It was when it was approaching time for the cow to be put out to pasture.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit tougher, but it's also really juicy. Pretty much like what you get is like, and most people went with gonna cook it over an open fire, so it's like roasted essentially. Pretty good stuff. Some people got a little experimental with it, but you can tell there wasn't a lot of it available because the amount of experimental dishes is very few. Most people went to just roast it with a little bit of salt and pepper and make it work.
That's fair.
Some people did essentially something akin to a kebab using little bits of sticks and doing like a kebab with like bits of meat along with like some of the peppers and stuff, as well as some of like the ember melon to kind of counteract the spice. Just no like sauce that most kebabs would be,
Yeah.
So the food
That
is
sounds pretty good,
an
actually.
experience. A very, very mixed experience. Over time, maybe what exactly the Poro cuisine looks like will be better defined as the culinarians put some more work into it.
Surf and turf, but mostly surf today.
Yeah. It's mostly whitefish because they have identified, and you do kind of hear this of like some chatter from like the cooks and stuff because they've been like, hearing things from the sailors and such. It sounds like they've mostly been catching these whitefish, but there are other things in the ocean. They just haven't worried about developing ways of catching those things, but there are things that they have seen that they're not familiar with.
Interesting.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully, getting the dock done will help them give them the ability to experiment with that.
They'll be able to expand their equipment and have dedicated ships, so it'll be a lot easier for them to catch things other than whitefish. But eventually you all, well, actually, before we reconvene, Ollie, I gift upon you the requirement to roll a percentile die.
Hello. I roll percentile.
Yes.
Oh boy, here we go.
Risk it for the biscuit, my man.
Dun, 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 dun. Exactly even.
50.
So, was it a good 50 or a bad 50?
Yeah, we're gonna find out, aren't we?
So you all reconvene after getting to eat and hang out and chat and such. You all come back together. It is, by the time you reconvene, it is like properly nighttime. It's fucking dark out. And yeah, you all are together amidst the festivities. People are kind of laughing, chatting, generally eating. Occasionally, kids go running around chasing each other. Floor is yours. What do you want to do?
I know what you're talking about. It's not that dark.
I can't see shit.
All right. Fucking magical Nepo baby.
Hey. It's also not dark to me.
Hey. You're an Asimar. You know what that makes you?
Because you're
A fucking magical Nepo baby.
Jesus fuck.
I think that speech went well. And
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed to, yeah, pretty well.
a primary hope was to just get something for folks to hold on to. Felt like Queen's Rest was the right place to do it. And, no one tried to stab me, so that was nice. I did start walking through a crowd of people. I wasn't sure how that was going to play out, but...
Wow. Yes.
Well, if they did try, they didn't do a very good job.
Well, Urstyle makes it sound like someone did try to stab him, actually.
No, I'm just aware of potential
Do you want to share with,
playing figures.
the party?
I'm just aware that there's potential figures out there that may just be keeping an eye on Ilk.
In
Interesting.
a bad way? Like, yeah, we're kind of the guys trying to figure everything out. We might want to know.
Congratulations! I have no real answer for you. I just am aware of people who are keeping eyes on Tilk.
Oh. Well, do you know who? Like you saw them, right?
From what you saw,
doing it.
he is a nondescript male. Brown hair, medium length, kind of dirty. That's like half the population here.
Oh god, that's me!
Well, so we do know that at least it's not a noble, because noble wouldn't be caught dirty.
No, if he was a noble,
looking at
if he was a
have
noble,
not given the description to the party.
yeah, the party doesn't know. I am telling Urstyle, the player of Urstyle, if he was a noble, you would know. But he is not. You've gotten enough reports from your people watching the nobles, you would know if he was. And just by his looks alone, definitely not.
character creator preset looking ass.
Damn it.
Why does everybody
Low-key,
have to look so damn average?
low key, he is Hadvar.
God fucking damn it. Who Why you?
Just Hadvar, but longer hair.
Yeah,
Perfect.
but anyway,
I'm
so
you.
Sveta waits expectantly.
I have no clear answer. I just know that there is someone who has taken an interest into Tilk. I have yet to do any further investigations, as he has checks note, slip further into the crowd, puts notepad away.
Oh, okay. I
they look upset
want
or
to be on
anything?
the lookout in case we see him.
Try to describe half the populace to you, because that's basically the description I have so far. I
It's
have nothing
better
else
than
to
nothing.
really. I have nothing else to give you at this time, and I am not going to give you anything to speculate on in case we start doing this hunt for Red October.
I'm not doing a hunt for Red October, but it.
What's October? But I mean, as spy master, that's if the resources. If you need resources to track them down, well, I mean, what resources we have, they're available to you. Might have to talk to Goldleaf or Silvermoon to get true access to them, if they're monetary in nature. But
I don't believe I will need any of that anytime soon, but we will see what the investigation comes about.
understood. So I will now try to be more alert of people looking at me weird. Sure.
I'm still not sure what to make of what I saw.
You
Yeah,
get
which
used
is-
to it after a while.
I feel
Oh,
like
sorry about that, Ellie.
No, it's perfectly fine. It's just more of like, I don't really have anything else to say. I have to think on it. There wasn't enough information.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like your situation's a lot worse and different from mine. On the bright side, you get to talk and hang out with your great grandparent. If that's a bright
Oh
side.
yeah, that's been cool. Well, it's been technically an unnaturally dark side.
I guess that checks out.
But it's been interesting.
That is strange. But
Never quite chat.
no, I think we have everything for the moment held down. Hopefully we can get some progress from the combined effort of the guild. Because until they provide something, they will not be getting what they want, which is that workshop. If they were so keen to sit there and make a trade for everybody's safety for that. But that is a when we are stable issue.
There is a booming crack as you all are standing around chatting.
Uh oh.
Flashbacks to Violet Maple.
Yeah.
Similar sound?
Fairly similar.
Oh, that puts Ray on edge.
Yeah, I will stand and look around. Like, all right, what was that?
Sure, give me a
Yeah,
perception
but
checks.
Gets up.
And then you see suddenly people teleport in, and we're like, oh, come on.
Yo, I still got a 30. Holy shit.
Hey.
Eyes wide open.
So here's the sound of a crack instantly turns in the direction of where it is.
Yeah, so a lot of you, it's a 30, a 13, and a 13.
Here, let me throw my.
Oh, you both are rolling as well? Okay.
Is this
Yeah. The moment I heard a crack, I was rolling.
Oh, fair.
30.
Oh,
30.
30 a natural 20. Jesus.
Nat 20. Bro. I hears the world.
And Tilk with a 14. Cool. So you all are on alert. Suddenly the levity drops, and it is every fiber in your body is on edge. Adrenaline immediately pumping, and you are looking around, and people are generally chatting and stuff. There's a few people looking around, and you're searching, scanning for what you assume to be what comes next. And then there is another crack and rumble and roll, and you all do realize it is just thunder. Just thunder that is a little too reminiscent.
God, we have PTSD.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I freaked out for a moment.
I did too. That was a little bit too close to last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
And
not.
on the same night, I might have McLost it.
Star releases his hand from his dagger, the hilt of his dagger.
Rhea looks up to the clouds and just goes like,
Eat my dick, clouds.
I believe it would be irresponsible of me to not request that at least some of you follow me in what I'm about to do.
what are you about to do?
Pay respects to Princess. These were her people. Although she didn't leave them in charge of us, I feel like it'd be insulting to not offer something. A small amount of food. Just to pay respects.
Hairstyle nods.
I think that sounds good.
So Tilk will gather a small bit of food and go back to Queen's Rest. And in front of the marker, will gently place it down.
I'll do much the same. Get a little bit of a few different things. Bring it over.
It is serene out here at Queen's Rest. There is the noise of celebration a few hundred feet away, but it's quiet over here. And there is a wind that is beginning to pick up that rustles the leaves of the tree overhead.
These people were here, are here. We are here because of what your house did. Cannot properly articulate our thanks. It's unfortunate that you are not here to see your people celebrate after such a hardship. After everything we've all been through. I wanted you to, for lack of a better turn of phrase, taste the fruits of your people's labor. And I hope that we will do your house justice and do what is best for these people. Kinda need to get that off my chest since, well, I'm here. Thank you. And Silk will leave the plate there.
There is another roll of thunder, though. This time it is followed by a flash of lightning that, for a fraction of a moment, lights up the landscape before it dims back down into darkness. It is fought back only by the torches and fires from the celebrations.
Rhea looks up into the clouds and just trying to gauge how bad of a storm is it approaching.
Well, you could make a knowledge nature if you would like.
Or survival.
Or survival, yeah.
Cool.
Cool. That's been something Talk's been trying to do for a bit. Is like properly one-on-one pay respect as the current head of the people.
Yeah. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
It's like, I shouldn't be here, you should be, but that's not how this turned out.
But Fate has
Glad you got your
a
chance.
goal.
20 on the knowledge nature.
It seems like it is potentially going to be a little bit of a heavy one, based off of the humidity and how overcast and how it's been progressively getting darker. It's probably going to be a little bit of a downpour soon.
Seems like we have a big storm incoming.
Oh boy. I tell people to make sure everything's fastened and secured.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It couldn't wait one day, could it?
Of course not.
When it rains, it pours.
It certainly looks like it might.
Alright, let's go let the people know.
Yeah, so you go out. It seems some people have kind of picked up from the signs that it's going to start coming down, but some of the people who seem to not be paying attention, you give heads up to, and some people take note. Some parents start going about rounding up their kids to get that situation under control before it starts coming down. And there are those who are making a point to move the food into tents and such to keep it safe from the rain. But otherwise, people are like, if it starts raining, we'll just hang out in our tents. You know, we're still gonna celebrate the holiday as best as we can.
I'll help with moving the food as well as I can. Let me check something real quick.
Okay. Doing a little check.
Okay, just wasn't sure if I could have more than one of these at a time. I will use, let's see, my 2 cast of Shadow Conjuration Lesser to create 2 unseen servants, and together with them and myself, or just and myself just help people move things.
Sure. They'll, for the most part, are glad to accept the help. Some people are like, what the fuck with the unsane servants? But they're just like, okay, magic, sure.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Since it's a shadow conjuration, I imagine they're sort of seen in that they probably, despite being invisible, have shadows. And
yeah,
they just look kind of base humanoid. But
yeah. Luckily, there's enough people willing to like help out that you're able to move food into these tents and stuff. And it's shortly after the sky just opens up, and it is like torrential downpour. It is heavy raindrops just pounding, and just the wind like is starting to pick up as it has started raining, and it's not raining sideways per se, but it is coming down like it's never rained like this in Violet Maple. It is a bit intense. But
I assume this is the
there
first time it's rained like this here too, so it's kind of new to us.
from being here, yes, it's the first time it's rained this heavily since being here. There's been drizzles and regular rain, but nothing like this so far. Is there anything in particular you all want to do, or do you want to kind of fast forward into the next day, or maybe several days or weeks, or what do you want to do?
I mean, I'm good to fast forward a good bit. I know that other people had things cooking on the back burner, so
Might as well do our best, at least to, keep the festivities going. Yeah, it might be raining and not very pleasant outside, but like people said, we can hang out inside tents and at least, have people be together that way.
If we
Yeah.
set up multiple tents, we might be able to have like a sort of quasi pavilion.
Yeah, I imagine we have some of that going on already around where
There is.
a lot of the cooking already happens.
Mhm.
So maybe we focus on some of those.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty easy to like keep things going and to keep chatting with people, and most of the chatter is generally small talk unless you want to gear it towards something specific. You get people telling all kinds of stories of like, typical like just people story stuff. Like there was this one time my brother and I, and we went and we did this thing, and it was crazy. Those kinds of things, just like reminiscing and all that. It's just people talking for the sake of talking. But
Oh, yeah, I figured
eventually things do wind down, which is probably around like 2100. People are like, we should probably sleep. And people do kind of start bit by bit drifting off and, braving the rain to go back to wherever they normally sleep. And the rain continues on through the rest of the night in this heavy duty thunderstorm. Luckily, things are, patted down and everything, so nothing's at risk of like being blown away, nothing serious anyways. And what structures you actually have built definitely are not getting blown away.
Yeah, Chemicate's pretty heavy, right?
Yeah. And eventually you all turn in yourselves. Perhaps still, even when drifting to sleep, still kind of reminiscing a year ago how your night ended on Hearthfest. Trudging through the snow, grabbing a cart as a blizzard is coming down and just trying to go as far as you can. One of you nursing an injury from a arrow intended to kill, but alive and on the run.
Hmm.
And now, here we are a year later, in another storm, in a new set of hellish circumstances, but arguably in a better situation.
A situation where we have. Oh, sorry.
Over the next few days, you do have some more meetings. You are informed you could probably get somewhere in the range of 1,500 to 2,000 of these holes filled with alchemicrete to make impromptu cells. But the question still remains on how do we want to bar them shut with slabs or otherwise if we want to move forward with this.
That's actually a question.
$1,500 or 2,000 was the.
Yeah, it's once again, it's depending on the weather, it could be slowed down.
Yeah.
And then there's also the figure Roderick wants to start training people. It's going to pull people away from the workforce to a degree. He's going to try to not go for those first, but you want to train as many people as possible. That includes the workforce.
Yep.
I imagine a lot of the workforce are also the people who are going to be in good physical shape for training anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's let's go on the conservative end of 1,500. That's 1,500 out of the 6,491.
Yep.
A little bit less than a quarter are much safer.
At
I
that,
mean,
yeah.
that's better than now, so.
And if
Not
anything,
perfect, but
I'd say the slabs, that way it's harder for them to be, gotten to by those that aren't, by those that are not secured.
or for them to break out and put themselves at risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am wondering about slabs would be heavy enough to prevent them from getting out, but also, well, if the slabs are heavy enough to prevent them from getting out, then they're also heavy enough that they, theoretically, others wouldn't be able to lift them up.
Mm-hmm.
But then how do we get them on and off the holes?
I mean, it'd be a collective effort to move that, but the issue is that's going to take time. Those people would have to be secured fairly early in the day. I think at this point, the 25% potentially saved is a possibility, but what we run into is the how to shut it. We don't have the metal to make bars. If we make the slabs, it's going to be hard. Realistically, that number goes down of how many can be secured, because securing 1,500 people inside vault that they can't move themselves is just not going to work.
Especially since, while transformed, you're a bit stronger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need them to not be able to move them themselves, but we also have to be able to bring them out each day. Unless, I don't know, we can bring them, like, they have food stores in there, but even then, I'm not sure. I don't want to lock somebody in was essentially solitary confinement for 3 days.
Yeah, I think I think as we explore the idea, it's better because then we're also taking resources away from people working on a solution. So I think at the end of the day, it ends up being a zero sum game.
Well, admittedly, while we're pulling people away from people working on a solution, if we just leave them to their own devices, we permanently lose workforce. And that becomes a drain in the long term. Just mathematically trying to put it together.
I think this is the kind of crisis where we don't get to experience the long term if we don't look after the short term.
Yeah. There's just not good solutions. I know that.
No, there's just not.
Trying not to lose as many people as possible, lest it spiral out of control and we lose everything, or we lose someone vital like the head of the Alchemist Guild, and we lose the access to creating a solution.
Well, that's why we have some people in brig cells.
What we could
That wasn't going to
do,
be organized, right? I'm
yeah.
not imagining that.
What we could do is we could make it to where the lids have grooves, so they kind of slide in. I don't know how that would work out. I
We'll
don't
also
know.
need them to not be solid so people don't run out of air. I mean, like they'll need like slots or something.
Yeah, that
Yeah, right.
probably not the most difficult thing
Mm-hmm.
for the slab. You would just fill it, and then you'd put something where you'd want the slats to be, and because it's like a liquid temporarily. So if it can't fill the space in,
Mm-hmm.
What about these holes filling up with water whenever it rains? If it rains like it just did last night, often here, then
Then they won't.
those are going to be full of water all the time.
well, we need proper drainage then,
Yeah,
which decreases
that shouldn't be too hard to do.
I mean, if it's downpours like that, it probably can be pretty difficult to do.
Mm.
because we're burying these in the ground. So we'd have to dig up extra stuff, make extra alchemicrete to act as the drainage.
Yeah, I get the idea. There's just so much to do in so little time, and
That's
it feels
why.
like none of it can just be left behind.
And unfortunately, I think what we need to do is maximize one plan rather than spread out among others. I think we need to go all in on the
Okay.
alchemists and the artificers making something.
What do we know of their progress so far?
You guys think it's best?
From the reports, what few there have been, because it's only been what amounts to like a week, there's not been a ton of progress. They are effectively starting from scratch on a rumor, on a story.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a long concept.
Yeah,
stage.
they're working. It's still very early concepting.
Yeah, sorry. I thought it had been longer. I thought it had been.
Yeah.
Let's get
If you don't want to do the holes, do you want to establish a different construction project to begin once the fishery and the second tenement building is finished?
do. I don't know what I want that to be is the issue. Do you guys have thoughts?
I would need to look at the list again of what there is, I think, if we're still using that.
Not really. Like, you can pull inspiration from it to make suggestions, but I wouldn't take it as a mechanically, these are the options. We're not really focusing that much on the mechanics.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That said, as a GM, more housing we're not going to miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't really go wrong with that. What did you say a moment ago, Ray?
Fletcher.
That would also be a good idea.
Yeah, we do have encouragement to have more people trained with bows too. So having more equipment available for them would definitely be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
We could also
Smith, a bower.
we could start trying to get people with skilled labor, start getting those constructions made for, I don't want to call them guild houses, but like if we start with the Fletcher, we
Craft
could,
houses.
what now?
Craft houses.
Craft houses. But if we start with the Fletcher, we could get a Hunter's Guild going, like in full swing.
Well, I'll give you a freebie this time as a reminder. If you're talking about building things for guilds, you technically owe payment to the artificers.
And I told them, and it was part of the deal, that when I see results, they'll get it.
That's
He agreed to the terms.
May not. There was,
he's going to be a shit about that, though.
Yeah, there were a degree of vagaries in the terms of a spoken agreement.
Yeah, let's not make it.
I'm just
try and anger them.
Just pointing it out. The choices and maybe potentially consequences are yours.
Build another home.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
Okay.
Build another home, and if we can do multiple things, I guess we could just try to build them a better lab to try and get things done, because we need it. If we're gonna hedge our bets on this, we probably need to give them the best chance as possible.
My fear with building the workshop is they're going to try to get themselves as involved in making the workshop and until the workshop is done, rather than helping with the project. That's why I want to do a home.
Well,
Because as Lady Silvermoon described them, they are very particular people.
And set for multiple things to be constructed. You're not going to be able to establish as many things as last time because you have things that are finishing from last time.
Yeah.
But you can, if you want to do another tenement, fine. I'm telling you, you could probably afford to do one other thing so long as it's not ambitious.
Just making a Fletcher's building or something to arm guards and just arm hunters is probably a good idea. Or
Make
something.
a smithy.
What do you say?
Make a smithy of sorts.
Yeah.
Smithy probably would not go amiss. But we don't have any metal to work, I don't think.
Well, besides metal, we could just have a general smithy and just have something to do towards anything
Like quarry
related.
I don't know.
Something like that.
What the fuck is going on?
I think Discord is having a fit.
It must be.
For me, I'm fighting hotel internet. That's all.
Yeah, Damiani has also been in and out multiple times, though.
Oh, I'm leaving and reconnecting on
Hello.
purpose because it fixes my signal for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm straight having Discord issues. If
Yeah.
that's what you guys are talking about,
Yes.
you guys would be talking for a second and then it would entirely cut out, and I'm probably going to go through it again because it looks like it's happening.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, I can hear everyone just
I
fine,
have
but
a
when
ping
my
Okay. Well, so what is the what do you want to do for the construction?
Oh, okay.
So tenement sounds like people are down for that.
Mhm.
What is the second thing? Because I'm hearing Fletcher, I'm hearing Smithy, I'm hearing maybe workshop.
I wanted to ask if could a single structure reasonably support both a Fletcher and a Smithy as just a more generalized equipment workshop?
Apparently, a weapons, or not necessarily a weaponsmith or an armor.
Yeah, it would. That something like that would be feasible. The only considerations, you would probably get this from Goldleaf or Silver Moon. The only considerations is long term. You will probably want to eventually have separate buildings for those things, as the number of craftsmen and such increase and all of that. They will probably
makes sense.
eventually want to have their own spaces, but you can probably convince them to make do for the time being. So if you wanted to swing that, you could. It would be a little bit bigger. There is a risk of it not being finished within a month, but they're pretty confident it'll be doable.
That
Okay.
sounds nice. Because we could probably work with the people who have been farming the Oroxes, and we can at least make some leather armor. Potentially.
Good
That's something too.
Some
Okay.
armor is better than no armor.
So we'll say that gets set in motion. Other things are set in motion. Since a new opportunity thing has come up, Ollie, in regards to spycraft things involving your mysterious John Doe, we'll refer to him as for now.
Yeah.
Is there any? Do you want to reassign anybody to look into that, or do you want to leave it be for now?
I'm taking personal charge on that.
Cool. How, over this chunk of time, how do you personally want to go about that?
Oh. That's a good question. I guess to start off, it would be to find probably if there's any groups of dissidents or people who are disapproving of our esteemed King Regent.
Okay.
More so than the it's
Let's
either
do.
that or look into like potentially there are hidden organizations or groups that are just not making any headway at the moment, but they're just there. Thieves Guild. Or
So, is this you wanting to kind of be discreet and overhear things when people might think they're alone, or is this you talking to people and trying to coax it out of them, or some other method?
I will stick to the shadows on this one.
Okay. So let's do a stealth check.
Yay! Let's see here. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Really? Okay. On the 20, I will use I will actually have to use a point of inspiration.
Do what must be done.
Right, I'm just trying to remember. Is it actually just a single point? Yes, it is a single point. Okay. We'll see. Stealthily,
5.
25.
So I'm going to say that this is going to be happening over about the next 3-ish weeks. I'll give an exact date here in a minute as I kind of explain everything that happens as everybody goes about their projects. For you, Earthstyle, you're not hearing necessarily dissent. There are people who call into question the ability of leadership. That is just the nature of things. And it's not necessarily out of malice, from what you can tell. Although some people do sound angry about it, but it's not a, that guy fucking pissed in my Cheerios kind of anger. It's just more angry at the situation. There are occasionally, some people who say, why don't you just, say fuck it and just go out there and figure it out for ourselves. And there are murmurings of people being like, so I've heard about those kind of weird guys on the edge of camp. They've got this thing. Apparently, if you, fucking kneel in front of it or whatever, apparently when the moon comes, it won't be bad. And apparently they haven't had issues during the moon. They had bodies in front of their tents and they were all fine. And you do occasionally hear people going, it must really be Terminus. You can't help but wonder, what's the point? Should we, follow the followers of Zikros and go join the war in heaven or whatever they think is going on up there? There's a lot of variations of these sorts of things. Although no plannings of rebellion amongst the common people as far as you can tell. You do keep your eyes out for your suspicious stranger. And in your times of moving around, you think you see him. But when you do, he has a tendency to just conveniently find a good spot to break line of sight. Not that it's hard, considering the nature of this tent city, but he's just always out of your grasp. It's just very competent in moving through people. And over these next couple of weeks, in a couple times you do see him, it almost starts to feel like a little game. Like he seems to know that you're watching for him. And there's always that little moment of recognition, eyes lock for that brief second, and then he's gone again. A seeming ghost in the crowd. Nobody else seems to notice. As for your agents, they keep you updated, not every day, but every couple days or anytime a change happens, they let you know. There are a steady trickle in growing numbers for those going to the aesthetics. They're not coming in droves, but after about 3 weeks, they've gone from roughly 10 to 12 people to now around 40. there are, and it is noted, it's not families. It seems to be a lot of individuals or couples, but not like families with kids and such.
Mm.
The nobles seem to be doing fine. So far, Keegan thinks he might have a prospect, but he's still feeling them out.
Okay.
The religious folks that are keeping to the high priestess seem to be a bit unwavering at the moment. The high priestess on your reports has pretty much the same routine every day. She prays in the morning, she prays at lunch, she prays at night. Every once in a while, she leads some kind of sermon. People show up. She does that. She prays. She goes to bed. She eats fairly small meals. Your agent claims she has lost some weight, but not enough to be a super concern at the moment as far as they think. It's hard to tell. She's heavily robed, but they're pretty sure she's lost some weight.
Okay.
Let's see. Overall morale, still stable, still sitting on that knife's edge. Or Liana, you have had some people come forward asking questions about magic as you've kind of seeded some interest. Okay, you've stepped away.
Oh, I mean, I'm still here for the moment. But yeah, just do me like after others because
Yeah.
One of my roommates lost their hotel key, and you needed to like get into the front door
Wild.
of the hotel
All right.
after a certain time of the night. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
Sure. In that case, weird scratch in my throat. Otherwise, things are progressing. The docks do get completed. The second tenement building gets completed. And the construction on the new one, as well as the Smithy Fletcher combo structure, is begun. Everything else is kind of on pace. No immediate burning information. And whenever Liana comes back, we'll cover what's going on with her stuff. The weather over the past couple weeks goes from heavy rain, a cool day, and then 1 or 2 days of the humidity slowly rising, and then thunderstorms and downpours for a day.
Awful.
And sometimes it goes like 3 or 4 days before it rains. And then sometimes it's like rains like 2 or 3 days in a row. It's fairly inconsistent. But at least the construction that needed to be finished from last month gets finished. It's hard to say with how inconsistent the weather is being if it's going to get finished by the end of the month. Just from the nature of laying out chemicrete when it's raining sucks. And it's pretty much a no work day for that. That said, with docks fully built, there are sailing folks, and especially the captains, get in charge of getting proper ships built. They take initiative in that regard. Because
Excellent.
that's something they can do even if it's raining. Mostly, to a degree. So they start getting proper fishing boats built, which does involve taking some of the workers that would have been laying out chemicrete to go out and gather wood and such, because that is a task. And there is some help from Garrick in that regard. There is more exploration of the surrounding area over these 3 weeks. If my map will cooperate with me, I could potentially. Here we go. Let me see what was the size of what I last showed you. So I can see properly how much I'm supposed to reveal. Because the way my setup is, it is not always super obvious. Did I not send it in the Aldfair channel? I guess not. Oh well, we might do that. So you did see up to there. So okay, and they've been borrowing spy glasses so they can get like a little bit more of an overview without necessarily
Risking themselves.
going all the way out there.
Mm-hmm.
So let me grab a little screen of that. Oh, actually, let's do this. Because that wouldn't have made as much sense from there.
Obviously, we're going to sit there and just find an entire new continent.
The big thing is you confirmed there's a massive river on the other side of that peninsula, and it goes, as far as they can tell, a significant ways inland. And oh boy, do these hills just seem to stretch on fucking forever, as far as these rangers can tell. That upside down triangle is a point of interest. That is the house. Or not even house, but the dwelling in a hill that they have been keeping an eye on. There's still not been activity. But they have, let me clarify. There's not been activity in the idea of they have seen somebody come and go. They have occasionally seen a flicker of bluish light, but nothing beyond that. A light coming from inside through a window, from what they could tell.
Maybe we should head out there and check.
If that's something you all want to set yourselves on, sure. Let me advance time here. It would have been 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to say it is the that's the wrong field. It is the 11th of the month known as Here Beer.
Here beer.
I am assuming you all will discuss as a group to head out, unless somebody specifically wants to stay in town for whatever reason.
Just to throw it out there, because we're aware of like the lunar cycle, right?
Yes.
So
you're 1 week and a day from the full moon rising that will initiate the first of 3 nights of transformations.
How far away is the house exactly?
4 hexes.
It is. Yeah, it's going to take you about 3 days to travel there. I know it's on that 4th hex, but it's like realistically, it's like on the border of that 4th hex, closest to you.
Okay.
It's not super deep in there, so it's gonna roughly 3 days. Roughly.
Might be a little close.
If everything goes well, and we have a history of how well things are going, we can get there, get back in time for those of us that need to be secured to be secured. If things do not go well,
So when things don't go well,
if things don't go well, let's not think like that. If things don't go well, we are then you 3 of you are stuck with 2 of us that will go bananas.
I mean, I put you to sleep pretty easily that first time. So I can buy us a few seconds to get you secure. Or alternatively, we can just have you secured, bring things so that we make sure like you guys are tied up or something. Chained up, as Rhea's case may be.
You could, if you wanted, requisition enough chain for 2 of you. That would be doable.
I think
That
that's
said, shit heavy.
yeah, shit
Just
heavy.
throwing that out.
If I remember correctly, we're not exactly quiet in that state, and Rhea breathes fire in that state, so camping is going to be difficult.
The Rhea exclusion zone. Don't be in fire breath range.
Yeah, I think we should go there. I don't think we should do it before the full moon.
After, probably. Well, up until the full moon, then Rhea is just going to continue doing her research into the curse in however she can with her arcane knowledge, trying, I guess, see if she can figure something out. Just occupying herself.
Look, will do what he's done his whole
Right.
life. Pray to Naheno
Occupying
and equal
yourself with
part.
what is Rhea doing to occupy herself?
Oh, researching the curse. As
Got you. Yeah. It's kind of hard to research it. There's not really a lot of books available. There are some folks you can talk to, like people from the Alchemist Guild and such, as well as some religious folks.
well, she will definitely do that, and she will also continue just to experiment on how.
Go ahead. Do Knowledge Arcana to kind of represent you talking to different people, piecing things together. I'm going to give you a +5 because you have decent inroads with the Alchemist Guild with how y'all have been generally treating them well, for the most part.
I mean, they've been fairly reasonable, which is more than we can say for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Let's see here. And I'm using in Divine Surge. Cool.
Okay.
14.
With a 14, you getting a clear picture is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Curses, as have been established, are extremely variable. They can generally manifest in a lot of ways, and it's typically up to the one who curses how they manifest. However, it's not unheard of for somebody to generally curse someone, maybe not necessarily intentionally. And those curses tend to take a life of their own, as intent is a very key aspect of magic, as you very well know. And curses are not, shall we say, formulaic because of their very unique nature.
Mhm.
From the alchemical perspective, curses that pass on through generations, which is one of the implications that was made in a theory, considering the werebats that were killed had these blood storing organs, these secondary stomachs of a sorts, that everyone here lacks. From the alchemist perspective, it implies it can be a generational curse, and how it manifests potentially could be variable based off of that. Is it the curse directly? Is it the curse having a side effect due to biology, or biology having a side effect due to the curse? Unknown. However, such a curse is definitely a powerful one. And given and this is coming from the more religious side of things, given the very bestial, monstrous nature of the curse, many religious folks believe such curses come from places of anger to be turned more into a monster. Typically, according to them, these kinds of curses are curses that are made on a whim. You don't, according to them, the kind of people who can place curses on others, if they have time to think about it and plan it out, it doesn't turn you into a murderous killing machine. It is something a bit more malicious and thought out. That's their take. Whether or not that's accurate, especially when talking about, well, a god who is also calling themselves and is allegedly the first beast,
Mhm.
that's really up in the air. But those are the bits and tidbits of information you get. It doesn't really help paint a full picture, but maybe clues to go off of. I take it.
What did I say?
I take it Leona's not back. That sounds like
No.
Yeah.
She was also just gonna continue doing her, like, see how
Yeah.
it reacts to different substances or states and stuff, and just generally see how
Yeah.
she herself reacts to it and whatnot.
Yeah.
Too.
We'll kind of, because I don't think any of that information is really going to greatly change anything going forward. So we'll. Hey, Leona just came back. Cool. In regards to, and this is like a both Leona and a Sveta thing, in regards to kind of trying to find people to teach, you do get a few people who come asking questions because they've heard some murmurings and they're kind of interested. You get one person who shows that they might have some potential. It's going to take some time working with them, but they might be able to cast a cantrip, given some time and study.
Oh man, I didn't realize that cantrips themselves were even that hard. But like one person out of that many interested people
Spent years
managed it.
of like, yeah.
Once you know,
years of independent study.
once you know how to cast cantrip, it's not hard. It's the getting over that first hump of like, you
Yeah.
mean to tell me I gotta, do this thing and then will it to happen? That's all it takes. I don't know if I believe you. But
You
yeah,
gotta believe, man.
Yeah, I think
So-
we're gonna do our best to teach whoever we can, really.
yeah, and there will be a roll to determine how that goes, but that will be a later thing because that will take time. So it might yield results, it might not. A couple days pass from the 11th. We are going to progress to the 15th of Here Beer. It is a little bit after dawn. You're kind of getting your stuff together when, depending on where you are, Caius or other guards or whatever come for each of you to pull together kind of a, not necessarily a emergency meeting, but like, hey, Lou needs to have a conversation. He's not told us big details, but Lou wants to speak with you all specifically.
Which person was that again?
That is the leader of the
Lou is the
follower
head
of
of the
Bone.
followers of the bone.
Ah, okay.
Only good things can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is always the horseman of good news. Nodders.
Yep.
You all meet on the beach as per usual, and he's got like his hood up and such. When you approach, he does pull his hood down. He looks a bit tired. But otherwise, his usual blank expression. It is. Oh, well, I apologize for rushing you all out to meet me this early in the morning. I understand you're probably very busy. But I think it would be remiss if I did not bring this to your attention. There has been there's been a murder.
Oh, that's just what we needed.
A murder.
It was somebody who was occupying a guard tent near one of the further points along the wall. A little bit isolated, you could say. And it was believed an animal responsible, but I have doubts if you would be willing to entertain me.
I think
I would.
Style is willing to look.
do you have the body? An example.
Well, you'll see. And he will lead you all through the encampment to one of the far walls, one of the more eastmost walls. There are, along the walls, now that they've been constructed, obviously there are steps here and there, as well as some access ladders that have been put up. And a little bit more kind of separated away, because there's like a bit of space between the walls and the encampment itself. It's not right up on the edge of the tents. But there are some tents that have been set up for guards that are kind of actively rotating between shifts to rest in instead of going all the way into wherever they want in the encampment. They have a place right there. Also, in case something happens, they're right there.
That makes sense.
Hmm.
There is this tent here, a set of stairs not too terribly far away, probably about 30 feet away, leading up to the wall. To the what's the word for the walkway?
Catwalk?
Yeah, sure, catwalk.
Or battlement?
Or a battlement, yeah. Well, that works. And the tent on the outside looks pretty much untouched. The flaps have been closed. As you approach, Luda say, the tent was mostly as it is now. However, the flaps were swaying in the morning breeze when they were found. There are a group of followers of the bone on standby, kind of making sure nobody enters the tent. When Lou approaches with you all, they let you pass through. Inside the tent, quite frankly, when the tent flap is opened, Lou nor yourself step in. You kind of press in to look inside to see there is blood almost completely covering the ground. There is a pungent odor of early rot. Just the stench of death. There are bits of gore everywhere. Nothing immediately recognizable as something specific aside from bones that are not really piled, not forming a perfect skeleton. Just if there was a person that had been laying there in the center of the tent and they were as if like all of their muscle and bone and everything had been pulled away, kind of where the bones would have just fallen or naturally rolled away from or whatever. There's not really, like I said, not really a pile, not really perfectly laid out, but vaguely human in outline.
Like if you just kind of dropped the skeleton there.
Yeah. There is bits of, strings really of muscle and tendon that can be identified. You think you see half of a liver. But besides that, you all distinctly pick up, as far as you can tell, there's not a scrap of flesh to be found.
Oh,
it is just shredded body innards and what you assume to probably be strips of clothing amongst it. It's hard to tell though, because there's blood everywhere. But there is definitively
kind of missing.
Definitively no flesh to be found.
Is the blood only on the ground, or is it on like the walls and ceiling of the tent too? Like, do they like?
Oh yeah, some of it's on the walls and ceiling, but it is like all over the place.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering. It's like they look like they exploded, or
yeah,
not really exploded. It is. There are splatter marks on the walls and ceiling.
It's like someone just stripped from. They just stripped them.
Are there any? There weren't any tracks.
It really is because like, oh shit. There
was, as far as we could tell, no tracks that we have seen.
How similar does this look like the mutilated corpses or whatever from the bat attacks in general during?
Oh, this is something else.
Yeah,
The
figured.
bat attacks are mostly bites, slashes, occasional disembowelment. Nothing to this savagery.
Do we know who this was?
Interesting.
Huh? What was the question, Liana?
Do we know who the victim was?
I cannot say for sure. There is a guard double checking who's on duty and who's off duty and where they currently are. But the current theory is one moment as I double check my notes. A woman by the name of Moza.
I don't recognize that at the very least.
I don't either, but once we do know for sure who the victim is, then we can start talking to anyone they might have known, maybe search for a potential motive. Is there anything in particular standing out to you, Aristotle? I know you worked with someone who probably would have specialized in an investigation like this.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially. What the would anything of like a knowledge nature or
There could be some insights from a knowledge nature, potentially. There's a couple different knowledges that could potentially apply here. I'm not gonna tell you which ones, but there's a couple.
well, maybe a knowledge nature, knowledge dungeoneering, maybe. Maybe a
Dungeoneering is not gonna help you here. I'll give you that one.
knowledge nature, knowledge arcana, maybe. Oh,
I mean,
I'll roll nature for right now and see where that goes.
yeah,
I
you
also
want me
roll
to assist
a
you?
general
since I've
heal
got-
check.
want me to
If you
assist since
assist,
I've got good nature?
just remember it's a DC 15 if you assist.
Yeah, I only need to roll 5 or better.
Well, excuse me.
Making sure that Erstyle will accept assistance.
I mean,
It's just basically remember the DC is higher than normal.
yeah. The DC 15 is deciding whether or not he accepts the assistance, really.
Fair.
Yeah.
Unless the player really wants to be like, no, stop it, get some help.
There you go.
Oh yeah, okay. So +2 to your 14 for a 16, unless you want to surge that, because I'm assuming that's your investigator 1d6.
Yes, that is my investigator 1d6. I'll go ahead and search it for funsies.
Sure, for a 19 total. Yeah, you look at this. You definitely agree with Lou. This does not look like an animal. At least not a natural animal would do this. This goes beyond what natural animals do.
Okay.
A natural animal, first of all, if they were going to do this, I mean, they left a lot of meat here still. There's still muscle. There's still chunks of what you assume to be organ and muscle. You've definitely not heard of an animal that specifically goes for flesh either. Like, specifically for man flesh. Like, you've heard tales about, like, trolls, but that's not an animal. That's a thinking thing making a choice.
Yeah. I guess a knowledge arcana roll would be with something else. Maybe he remembers it's reading across something
Sure.
way back when.
I can help you out on that if you want to relay.
Yeah, he's just gonna sit there and start mumbling to himself, and he's just kind of like, "Yeah, it's definitely not an animal. Maybe
In
it's
that
a
case,
magical animal."
I think I'll make an independent roll because I have a plus 13 to Arcana.
That's perfectly fine.
I'll actually also just cast Detect Magic because this looks very abnormal, especially with no tracks of blood leading from an entirely blood-covered scene. Like, this might not have been done in a conventional way.
Sure. Good God. Okay.
Nice.
Listen,
That's a 31 from
this is all for the juicy Eldritch heritage.
25 from Earth Style. And the Detect Magic, you focus for a few seconds while the other two are thinking. You are not picking up lingering spells or enchantments or anything.
Okay.
If
okay,
this is
tasks.
magical in nature, it is probably a supernatural ability of some kind. You would understand as a player how your character processes. That is up to you. But it's
magic.
not an active spell effect.
Yeah, I think supernatural abilities are seen by Detect Magic. I would need to.
I'm pretty sure they have to be active, though, which is my point. Is there's nothing currently happening right now.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I might be getting systems mixed up. Things don't leave lingering auras in this, do they?
They do.
No,
but only magic spells. Supernatural abilities don't.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Shadowrun is that everything leaves a fucking mark on something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Everything
like
works on the same.
that's why every time I've done detect magic, I've essentially flashbanged myself because I keep detecting really high level spells.
Yeah. Well, also just auras in general, because there are magical things that just give off an aura without being a spell.
Oh yeah, magical items.
And conjunctions between planes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, it's either way.
You're not picking up anything active.
So might as well rule it out.
Yeah, it's nothing active. Earth Style with your 25, you're thinking and you're kind of going through a mental checklist. And at this point, you've been through some shit. You've seen some shit. You've heard about some shit. At this point, you're not willing to say anything is necessarily impossible. So you start racking your head for things that maybe traditionally would just be dismissed offhand as ridiculous. Stories, falsehoods, whatever.
Mm.
So not even these kinds of things are escapable from you. And you are thinking on this, and the focus on flesh is definitely strange. It does kind of make you think of doppelgangers, but doppelgangers don't take people's flesh. That's not right. Not unless this was like a really crazy doppelganger. Like, they had some kind of fucking... Because, like, doppelganger serial killers existed. They do exist. They happen. They're not common, but they do happen. Like, Aroath definitely told you, like, he's heard some stories. He never encountered one, but, like, every once in a while, one of them make their way into the mortal plane, and especially the Winter Court ones, or I should say, fucking, Nightcrest Court, the Unseelie, they get jealous. And if they find somebody who looks beautiful and they want to look like them and they don't want any competition. Sometimes they do some crazy shit. They are not cool. But you've been here and doppelgangers among us, really? Wouldn't we have known by now? But then again, doppelgangers. That's yeah. But still, it's risky for a doppelganger to do something like this. As you're thinking on that, Sveta, you're looking at this. And you're similarly racking your brain. And it's just the flesh thing, the blood everywhere. The implication is an animal attack.
Yeah, what does the ghost of Saban tell me I'm stupid about?
You're racking your brain. And it's funny you mentioned Saban. Saban comes to mind because the dude had like so much weird knowledge and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it does kind of like, you can't help but for a moment, even though it's not immediately relevant to this, you can't help but think like, fuck the green lineage of vampires, dude. I could think this isn't that. That'd be a fucking nightmare. And something just clicks. There's some element about this, the skin, that took the skin, but not just the skin. You realize you're looking at the skull and it's the eyes are gone. The eyes are gone too. And you just feel this shiver go down your spine, and two words come to mind. Red lineage.
Oh, God, no.
You don't know much about these things, but you remember a very old story you heard as a kid. A type of creature that fed off of emotion, like a leech feeds off of blood. And they hide amongst people by wearing their skin. You don't know how it works, but that rhymes a little too much with what you're looking at right now, because the detail that sticks out to you is they have to take the eyes too, because they don't have eyes of their own.
Yep. That checks out, of course. And I think I actually vaguely remember us talking about red lineage, vampires, right?
Oh, we only talked about the green lineage.
You've talked about green and black lineage, never the red.
Okay.
It came up in passing when we were talking about, but we didn't really specify because they weren't relevant to.
Yeah, I think it was only like we mentioned them while we were talking about what your brother could be.
Mm-hmm. But since they were too different, we never really elaborated on what they were. So, glorious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess there's other knowledges. Oh, there's one other knowledge I would roll. I have no ranks in it, so I'm just gonna roll. I could try.
I was wondering if I could roll knowledge history to see if there had been past incidents that were similar.
Yeah, I will early share this with everybody.
You can attempt to roll.
Hey guys, I think I figured out what it is.
What would that be?
We're gonna need a team huddle here real quick. You're not gonna like it.
Mm-hmm.
And Sveta will like make sure that she's just talking to the party members.
Not Lou.
Lou is a bro enough. He will step away if you ask for a moment.
I'm gonna ask for a moment, yeah. Because I want us to figure out how we're going to go about this before we
Yeah, he'll step away.
reveal to the other leadership. So this reeks a lot of a red lineage vampire. Specifically, they like to masquerade as their victims by wearing their skins. And a notable thing that they do is they have to take the eyes.
So
Why is that?
So whoever this was, someone parading as them is still in the camp.
so are you saying there's an imposter among us?
Oh, you fucker. You fucker!
Damn it.
I've been waiting the entire time since you walked us in and described the skeleton. I've been hovering it.
Animal behavior.
I regret nothing.
I vote we boot this man from the game.
Fine, I deserve it.
Already team huddle, so you know what?
I sincerely hope that was picked up. If it wasn't, it's kind of funnier if you don't know, but I'll tell you, it was the
Don't
Among
tell
Us
them.
sound effect.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like a context clue should give away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The
Cle-
history
Clearly, we
checks.
need to figure out. Oh, yeah, so good.
A 13 for 17. Okay. The
Oh yeah, when we're
can't
doing regular time
What?
skips and you only make a few rolls at a time before they happen, I can search a lot, so I'm doing it on most
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Shy.
You don't recall any particular history about red lineage vampires. Like your black lineage were like, as far as you know, at least the most common one to where you were from, and until recently, well, almost a year ago at this point, you weren't even sure if they were necessarily real, or at least real in the sense of what the story said they were. Red lineage vampire, maybe you've heard red lineage be brought up, but you don't know any history actually pertaining to them.
Right, more vampires.
I think we should make this readily apparent because if this is in fact Mosa, then anyone that sees Mosa is not seeing Mosa. So we need to
Yeah.
put out an alert.
I was really
Wow.
hoping we'd be done with vampires.
I was really hoping we'd be done with a lot of things, but
Then could a knowledge religion check be attempted?
It can.
Okay.
is there if I fail to assist, is there a detriment?
So, Tilk, are you telling me we need to
no.
put out an APB for Ursa?
Hey,
Son of a bitch. All of you are fired.
I'm killing myself.
Thank you.
hey, 16, I help. So that goes to 31.
That-
That was a 31 knowledge religion check.
That is good, because the DC was 30.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
Cool.
Damn.
Yeah, this is like really challenging, like lore things. Like this is nowhere near common knowledge. This is,
Oh, yeah. I mean, also,
I
I
Pathfinder DCs.
randomly heard my mentor talk about this at some point.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Fucking, y'all had really based mentors. What I'm
Yeah, we
gonna
did.
blame it on. So, from the religious perspective, the red lineage vampire is, well, probably the vampire that is arguably most closely associated with like devils. Not because they have any unique ties to devils, but because they have a similar just behavior in nature to them. They are insidious creatures, and generally considered to be depraved, but not of mindless depravity like a demon would be. They are cunning, conniving hunters. In the religious perspective, they are tied to, naturally, like all vampires are in some way, shape, or form, tied to Izta, the goddess of blood. Red lineage are considered the most hateful of the lineages. They are... Sure, every vampire to some degree is capable of revenge and spite and hate, but none of them really compare to how the red lineage hates. They are creatures that thrive off of emotions, and it is believed to give them a reason to hate you almost eggs them on in a weird way. Like they get a thrill out of it, like they enjoy being angry and hateful, and it almost seems to feed them. Worse yet, they are hideous things. Their true form is that of a red skeleton, so they say, with fangs and eyeless.
Oh.
However, they are, from what you've heard, one of the few kinds that are able to bear the mantle Daywalker, because they can shroud themselves in the flesh of their victims to survive sunlight. And they need to use the eyes of their victims to see in the light.
Oh, that's only fun.
Yes. And that is what you know.
Where do they come from?
Where do they go?
Where they come from.
You're gonna have to make another roll to figure that out. Up to you what role that constitutes.
Does Arcana or Planes apply?
Either one could work. If you're specifically looking for their point of origin, Planes would probably be more appropriate. But if you're more looking like, where do they come from, as in like, how are babies made, as in how are vampires made, Arcana would be more applicable.
Arcana then, in this case.
In that case, I'll roll the planes.
Very well. So be it.
Oh no. A random knowledge my mentor would come up with from time to time.
Tilk will continue to be uneducated.
Okay, Dice Maiden. Please.
Tilk doesn't need to be. He's surrounded by very intelligent people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Called having advisors.
Yeah. Tilk is as smart as he needs to be. Smart enough to acknowledge he needs people who know things around
Correct.
him.
I think Dice Maiden might be broken.
Oh, like the rest of Discord today, it would seem.
Yeah, if it's hanging, just try to give it the command again. Because sometimes it'll just hang and it just will never send.
Hey.
Cool. So, 24 on the Arcana.
26 on the Arcana.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I haven't flipped. 24 on the Planes, 26 on the Arcana.
Mine's specifically planes. So I got 23.
That's 23. Okay. So the two of you on knowledge planes, you do not know necessarily the super specifics for the red lineage. However, it is, according to lore, accepted that vampires generally, they all come from a mortal origin. So the mortal who is damned into becoming a vampire is definitely born on Ahios, generally. And it is upon infection or maybe kidnapping, the details aren't clear, but one way or another, either their soul or their body, maybe both, are dragged down to the forbidden pools. And for those who may not recall, well, the forbidden pools, I mean the forsaken pools. That word real good. The forsaken pools are the domain of Izta, which is located in the lowest level of Azarel, or in layman terms, hell, the realm of the damned.
Lovely place this time of year.
Izta is the goddess of blood, lords over the forsaken pools, and according to planar knowledge, the forsaken pools are a dark, damp, awful place to be. And supposedly, those that are corrupted into vampires are bathed in the pools, corrupting and transforming them. This is why there is a standing belief that all vampires are evil beyond exception, and they must be destroyed.
Does the trip to the pools happen with specifically the progenitor of a lineage or anyone who is turned into one?
That is not clear.
Ah, okay.
There are different lines of thinking on that. You could have religious debates. For the Arcana check on how one becomes a vampire, typically it involves somebody infecting another, so somebody has to already possess it to give it to somebody else. That said, they had to come from somewhere. They did not spontaneously come into existence. It is generally assumed Itza is responsible for all of them, and it is believed that, well, it is a process involving the soul being twisted in some key aspect. Whether or not it involves an actual god or not, that is debatable. Nobody really knows. But the essence of the person and both their soul and physical existence from the arcane perspective is generally believed to be corrupted beyond any realistic form of redemption.
And is it like something that the vampire does to someone, or is it some other factor that makes them fall in that way?
It is not clear. The vampiric condition is a very difficult thing to study because, well, good luck getting one to let you study it. It's an issue of, okay, if we're accepting the fact that the soul is being corrupted, how do we know what is happening there? Like, it's understood that a vampire can create a vampire. What exactly that process constitutes outside of the bite is unknown. because it generally involves biting or at least imbibing the blood of a vampire to become one. In some cases, like the green lineage that you all know about, sometimes just possession
Hmm.
under certain circumstances. But it's hard to say, especially in regard to the red lineage. They're one of the lineages that are probably the least understood because of their very chameleon nature. It is a lot harder to hunt them down.
And do we know how often they might need to feed, so to say?
Well, from what you understand, based off of the knowledge checks you have so far, they do not literally feed on blood. It's assumed that they probably can, but it sounds like emotion is what they feed off of.
Mm-hmm. Plenty of that to go around right now.
Yeah. What kind of emotions or what exactly are the mechanics or processes of that? Beyond you. It is just, from what you've heard, accepted knowledge that they feed off of emotion.
Okay, well that's worrying. And now comes a question that just popped up in my head. Can a vampire switch lineage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems.
They.
Considering that
effectively,
goddess of blood, and it's like, oh.
Yeah. From the arcane standpoint, asking if they could change lineages is asking if somebody can change their ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't. You can use a disguise spell to make yourself look like an elf, but at the end of the day, you're a dwarf. Magic to that degree, as far as anybody knows, does not exist.
Or is in the realm of the gods.
Yeah, it is considered. No, it can't happen. That's not because of how unbelievable it would be. It's not really a question that would occur to people.
Mm-hmm.
Put it that way.
Okay.
That said, safe to assume it's not going to go from a red vampire to a green vampire in the middle of the settlement, in the middle of the night.
It's not going to just become a beast vampire that we all have to scream about.
I imagine Rayo might have been worried about her brother having become a red lineage vampire.
Yeah.
A wee bit.
Would be awful.
She is a little traumatized by. And she's like, "Oh no."
Just a little.
Them in.
Yes. Wait.
So my question is, how recent is the body?
Is based off of the information you have and what you can tell, like last night, maybe 4 or 5 hours ago. At a ballpark guess.
Okay, because I have other thoughts.
Okay.
And I was just wondering, how long has the body been here?
Yeah, the killing, considering this happened to a guard, they work in shifts. Clearly, they weren't like having a couple days off because they were staying here at the base of the wall. It's with very little doubt happened last night. Exact time unknown, but definitely last night.
In a weird way, that's comforting. We know that they haven't longer and gotten hungry again.
Here's my bigger concern.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time in what, 3 months?
Roughly speaking,
that this has occurred. Either they don't need to feed like this or do this often, or something wandered in.
Something figured them out.
No, something probably wandered in. That's gonna be my guess.
But yeah, let's get this information passed to the rest of the leadership.
Yeah. Right now, I have something else to go looking for.
Still.
Would a general perception check give any other clues to like what's going on with the body?
That is a good question.
Welcome back.
I think so. There's probably a couple details you can pick up on if you want to roll it.
I'll also mythic search this one for just and giggles.
Sure.
So that will be 2 mythic surges I've used so far today.
29.
Or
Sure. Bet.
29.
Cool. So yeah, this looks like this would have been done with claws, from what you can tell. From the chunks of muscle that you can see, there are bits of muscle where you can actually visibly identify which parts would have been the parts touching the skin and which parts weren't, because the parts that would be touching the skin are smooth, practically flawless, no damage. Parts that would not have been touching the skin, shredded, annihilated, careless, uncaring to the umph degree.
Oh.
There, or maybe the blood is just a vessel for emotions. Who knows? But you definitely know, as much blood as there is here, people are made up of, they say, 70% water. They don't really specify that a lot of that water is carried in the blood. There's still some missing. And you would know that from looking at some crime scenes with ROF. People can bleed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That said, you also notice the small nicks in the eye sockets of the skull from where the eyes were removed. So this thing does have claws, from what you can tell.
Very sharp and pointy claws.
Yes.
Enough for precision.
That said, looking around at the gore, it does look like, you're not sure, but it does look like if you were to pile up all the like scraps of just, well, meat in general, organs and everything, you probably would have enough to put a person together aside from the skin and the eyes. So, come to what conclusions you may, but there was not cannibalism beyond the drinking of the blood.
Well,
Ursula,
Yes.
could you use your network to just look around for people that looked like this guard when they were alive? Someone in the guard must know what she looked like.
I think not random. Yeah, I think that any notice that we're looking for this person should be put out with subtlety.
Yeah.
Because if we're correct about who it is, and if they find out that they're being looked for, they may kill again to change their disguise.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Out of character wise, did we know that it's a lady?
yes, it was mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I might have missed that part.
I will say, it is.
Yes, I was actually going to. If there's. Yes, if there's nothing else, we're going to call the session here on this little investigative bit, give you all some time to chew on how you want to approach this. Sounds like you have some ideas, but you're gonna have a week to really think about how you want to handle this.
That's true.
And we'll come back and hit the ground running on this investigation.
Oh my! We need Poirot here or something.
I've got LARP next week. I'm gonna be sad to miss that because this sounds juicy.
Hey, I
Not
get
as
it.
juicy as the scene. Yeah.
You could always just I don't know, dish LARP and decide we're the cool kids.
I cannot do that. I'm sorry.
It's fair.
Damn.
I'm not cool.
I
Thank you,
tried.
everybody, for listening. We hope to have you on the next one. In the meantime, stay cool.
Yeah. Stay tuned for our suffering.
Bye.
The suffering never ends.
Bye.